Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Great Lakes Science Center. I'm Jean Dar, that science guy, and we are here in our virtual control room waiting on word for an update from the Perseverance rover that is currently cruising to the planet Mars. We have got an exciting day set for you today. We're going to be following that vehicle as it makes its approach, and it's landing on the surface of Mars later on today. It's going to be an exciting time. We've got some great subject matter experts that are going to drop by and share with you some of their work and some of the things that they've done to support this particular mission. We'll be able to answer some of your questions, some of the most common questions about Mars. We'll even take a look at the landing site for this particular mission. And of course, we'll be talking all day about the Perseverance rover. Now, this is an incredible machine. It's nearly a ton in weight. It's about the size of an SUV, and it's going to be landing today on the surface of Mars. We've got so much in store for you. If you want a full schedule of today's events, you can go to our website. That's www.greatscience.com, and all the information will be there for you. Oh, and don't forget, we do have an opportunity for those of you that are watching to participate in a hands-on science experiment. If you don't know about this yet, go ahead and take a look at our website. Go to the link that's there, and it'll tell you everything that you need to gather in order to be able to conduct this experiment later on today. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's an official NASA design challenge, and it's one that you don't want to miss. So the Perseverance rover is the next generation robotic explorer that will be on the surface of the red planet. We are so excited about it. Now, it has the same body, the same chassis as the Curiosity rover that landed 9 years ago, but this has got all new scientific instruments. And throughout the day, we'll be talking about some of those different instruments and telling you about some of the experiments that this new rover is going to be conducting once it lands on Mars. We'll also talk about the landing sequence as well. There are, well, when you have something this heavy, again, it's about a ton in weight, and you're trying to set it down on the surface of Mars, there's tons of things that can go wrong. Every single thing has to go right in that landing sequence for it to end up upright on the surface of Mars. When it enters the atmosphere, it'll be moving at close to 1,200 miles an hour. Moving at that speed and getting it all the way down to zero doesn't take luck, it takes skill. And some of the engineers that have worked on this vehicle, the programmers that are involved, they've applied all of their knowledge, everything that we know, into this incredible machine. If all goes well, it's going to be on the surface of Mars this afternoon. Now, Earth and Mars, well, they're about 300 million miles apart. And at that distance, it's going to take about 14 minutes for a signal from the robot to reach us here at our Mission Control Center. But when we get that word, we'll share it with you. Hopefully, if all goes well, we'll be able to show you some pictures from this new rover as it begins to explore the Martian frontier. All that to be said, we've got, again, a lot that's stored up for you, or a lot of things that we'll be doing today. And I hope that you will look forward to it. Um, Again, with regards to that schedule, at 11:15, our first subject matter expert will be joining us. They'll be talking about communications and how we stay connected to the rover. A little bit later on, we'll be talking about the power system that'll be used in that specific rover. And then, of course, we'll be talking later on today about the parachute decelerator system, how we get that robot to slow down so it will be able to land on the surface in one piece. I did mention that parachute design challenge. The design challenge is currently scheduled for about 1 p.m. this afternoon. So you want to make sure that you find out what you need so that you can do that experiment too. In fact, we've got a great NASA contractor, Roger Storm. He'll be joining us to lead that particular activity. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of fun. And of course, there'll be opportunities to share your solution to this engineering design challenge with us. And again, we'll be telling you a little bit more about that here in a bit. 5 minutes into our coverage of today's landing, And we want to remind you that this has been years in the making. Earth and Mars are in two different orbits, and the two planets come close together only once every 2 years. So it's taken a lot of planning, a lot of time to make sure that this robot is ready to go. And it was launched back in July 30th was when it took off from the Kennedy Space Center, and it's currently en route to Mars. We're just minutes away from our first subject matter expert guest. Give me a moment to tell you a little bit about this extraordinary person. Um, this will be Dr. Daniel Rabel, and he'll be here to discuss communications with Mars and the challenges associated with sending and receiving messages throughout our entire solar system. Daniel is with the Space Communications and Navigation Network, and one of the NASA field centers that supports the work of SCAN is the NASA Glenn Research Center right here in Cleveland, Ohio. With that being said, let's go and let's meet up with Dr. Daniel Ray. Looks like it's going to take a moment for Daniel to make that connection, so we'll keep on going. Um, it's really extraordinary when it comes to communications with objects so far away. Again, the farther away you go, the longer it takes for those signals to travel back and forth. And that'll be one of the key things as we look towards the landing of this vehicle, because Earth and Mars are so far away. When the lander enters the atmosphere on its way down to the planet's surface, it's going to literally be on its own. Remember what I said before? It takes 14 minutes at this particular distance for a signal to get from Mars all the way back to Earth. So by the time the lander has signaled us that it's entering the atmosphere, in reality, it'll already be on the surface. The real question is, will it be in pieces scattered across the terrain, or will it be upright and in one piece? NASA technicians, scientists, and engineers call this the 7 minutes of terror, because it takes 7 minutes from the top of the atmosphere to get all the way down to the surface of Mars. And all we can do is wait. The robot has been probed. The landing system will be fully engaged, but the robot will be operating on its own, using its onboard sensors and its programming to get it from above the atmosphere down to the planet's surface. It's going to be extraordinary, and it'll be a nail biting experience. As we get closer to that actual landing, and once we have word that the vehicle is actually entering the atmosphere, we'll go into depth and detail, explaining what's going on. In fact, at that time, we'll even have an animation to show you that will show each and every step that it will take to get the vehicle down to the surface of the red planet. On this particular rover, there are a number of exciting experiments. One of them that I'm very excited about is a Mars helicopter. That's right, you heard me correctly. It's an aerial drone. And for the very first time, we're going to launch an aerial drone on another world. Now, Mars has an extremely thin atmosphere, so this particular robotic drone had to be designed with that in mind. Extra large propellers moving at very high speeds will hopefully give it enough lift to carry it a short distance into the air. If it works well, future missions will be able to do aerial reconnaissance of various locations once the rover sets down on the surface of Mars. By the way, this particular rover has a unique mission. Among the many things that it's going to be doing, it's going to be gathering core samples. You know, it's amazing. You can tell a lot about the geographic and the geologic history, rather, of a planet by drilling down into the soil and pulling up that core sample. Once you pull that coring up, you can look at the individual layers and you can see what happened over time on the planet's surface. Well, the Perseverance rover is going to be doing this. And not only will it be drilling these core samples, it's going to be storing those core samples inside tubes that will be stashed and cached all across the planet's surface. A future robotic mission will go there to retrieve those samples and eventually bring them back to Earth. That's right, we'll have pieces of Mars right here on Earth to study. So much that's going on today, so many exciting things that are going on. And of course, if you do have questions about anything that you see today, you can always feel free to contact us through social media. And once we have those, we'll do our best to answer some of those questions for you. I know that my granddaughters had quite a few questions, and we hope to be able to answer those questions for them as well. It's going to be an exciting day packed with all kinds of neat stuff. So make sure that you stay with us all day long. We've got some great stuff for you. Once again, if you need our website, it's greatscience.com. And once you go there, you'll be able to access through the special events page. You'll be able to access our full schedule for today, all the things that we've got planned, and that way you can plan accordingly. I can't wait. It's going to be an exciting time. Once again, in just a few minutes, our first guest will be joining us, and they'll be here to tell us a little bit about the Space Communications and Navigation Network that's set up. There are actually three huge satellites that are about 120 degrees apart all the way around the globe. And those satellites allow us to stay in contact with deep space vehicles, both human-tended vehicles as we prepare to go back to the moon, and our deep space probes like the Perseverance rover that very shortly will be on the surface of Mars. There are, I believe, 9 NASA field centers that supports the network, and the NASA Glenn Research Center right here in Cleveland, Ohio is one of them. Once again, you're watching live coverage of today's landing of the Perseverance rover. We're coming to you from the NASA Glenn Research Center's own visitor center that's housed right here inside the Great Lakes Science Center on the shores of beautiful Lake Erie. My name is Jean Dar. I'll be your host for the next several hours as we follow the progress of the Perseverance rover. Once again, for those of you who are just joining us, Perseverance was launched back on July 30th from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida, and it was launched aboard an Atlas V rocket. This is one of the most powerful rockets that we have, and it's able to deliver a payload into deep space. After launch and staging, the spacecraft began its 7-month interplanetary cruise phase and is now approaching the planet Mars. We're just minutes away from the start of the final leg of its journey, and that'll be the actual landing of Perseverance rover on Mars. A great day in store for you. Looking for that confirmation from NASA headquarters. Haven't received it yet, but we'll be following it all the way down to the surface of Mars. Giving you an idea of our mission timeline. Again, the rover was launched back in July, scheduled to land a little bit later on today, and we'll be touching down in Jezero Crater. Now, this is an incredible place, and a little bit later on today, we'll go into depth about why that particular landing site was chosen and what we hope to discover once it gets there. The vehicle is designed to spend 1 Martian year operating on the surface of Mars. That's 2 Earth years by equivalent. But if it's anything like the previous rovers, we fully believe that this rover will go long beyond its intended usage phase. Understand now that we've made our connection with our first guest speaker today. Once again, we'll be taking you to Dr. Daniel Rabel, Space Communications and Navigation Network specialist, and he'll discuss how we communicate with Mars and the challenges that are associated with sending and receiving messages throughout our solar system. Daniel, take it away.
Hello, I'm Daniel Rabel, and I work for the NASA John Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio, in space communications and navigation. And I'd like to take a few minutes here to talk to you about some of the communication challenges and some of the engineering solutions that were devised for the upcoming Mars mission. So I have some information I'd like to share with you here, and I can pull that up on my screen now. But just to give you an overall context for what we're aiming to do here is add to a story that's been going on for a few decades in the solar system, which is at any given time, we typically have about 100 spacecraft at different points throughout the solar system performing experiments and making observations. And that's an amazing fact because when you think about a century ago, we had never visited any of these other worlds. And now each time we go out to another planet, we're adding yet another chapter to that story and getting more information from that particular mission. And so we're about to add yet another chapter onto that with our Perseverance mission. And so Mars is the destination for Perseverance. And going to Mars is a very interesting endeavor. It takes Earth 1 year to orbit around the sun. And Mars, the next planet out in the solar system, it takes roughly 2 years. So we get an opportunity once every 2 years when Mars and Earth remain together at one side of the sun, and we launch in a window that's approximately 2 to 3 weeks wide. So we have to hit that launch window and get our spacecraft on a spiral trajectory from Earth's orbit out to Mars orbit. We call that a Hohmann transfer. That's the green line that you see right here in the graph. We have to accelerate very fast. So we need a large rocket to do that. This is a ULA rocket that we used. We have to accelerate up to a speed of about 95,000 kilometers per hour in order to catch the planet. That trip takes a duration of about 7 months long. And during the course of that spiral transit out to Mars, we're continually communicating with the spacecraft and making observations on its trajectory, both in terms of its speed and trying to make small course corrections based upon that speed. Try to take measurements down to very fine resolutions. We're talking about 0.1 millimeter per second velocities that we're able to resolve through our navigational systems. And also, when we get to the planet, we have to be at a very critical angle for entry, descent, and landing. And we're able to measure those angles, again, through our communication systems to make sure that we're at precisely the right angle to enter the upper atmosphere of the planet. And we can measure that down to matters of about 2.5 nanoradians of angle, which would translate to hitting a targeted landing zone of about 1 kilometer in size. And we're able to do that all back from Earth, from our communications and navigational systems. So that brings us to now, that critical part of that transit, which is the entry, descent, and landing phase for Perseverance. And this is a very complicated series of sequenced events. So you can see that there's multiple parts of the spacecraft that are going to detach and deploy from a parachute to a sky crane and a tether, lowering the rover down to the surface ultimately. This is similar to what was done with the earlier Curiosity rover, but there's one interesting difference, and that we've built some autonomy into the system known as terrain relative navigation, or TRN, where the spacecraft during entry, descent, and landing is going to be capturing images of the surface to try to fine tune that descent in order to hit our ultimate landing zone, known as Jezero Crater, which is part of an ancient Martian lake. And so it is going to have control over the final part of the descent in case it sees some rocks or things on the surface that it needs to correct for. And really, this is enabling us to hit this particular landing zone, something that we weren't able to do with previous missions. So each part of the spacecraft, as you can see on the left here, is instrumented and has several antennas on board, so that you can think of it like a demonstration of a new technology. We can telemeter all of that information back to Earth to see how well this TRN system performed during entry, descent, and finally landing. Now, once Perseverance is down on the surface, it won't be alone. We have sent a lot of hardware to Mars, in fact, more than any other planet. There are several rovers, and Curiosity is still there as well. And we have several orbiters who have been there for a few years. And this is going to be important. We're going to try to take advantage of this as a communications network once we arrive. As well, going to the future, we have several more surface assets as well as orbiters planned for the Mars exploration program. Now, the rover itself, known as Perseverance, looks very similar and with locomotion wise as well with the original Curiosity rover, but it has a whole new host of instrumentation on board. And like I mentioned, this will be landing in a crater that is an ancient riverbed, looking for signs of microbiological organisms, gathering rocks and soil, and trying to identify things that we can utilize for future human exploration. It certainly has a few high definition cameras on board, and that together with the other scientific instrumentation is going to generate a lot of data to ultimately transmit back to Earth. And that's where our communications and navigation really needs to come in and try to make that possible. There's a lot of challenges working against that goal of getting all the information from the surface of the Martian planet back to Earth. Like I mentioned, Mars is very far away. It takes us 7 months to get there. So it's so far away, in fact, that the radio signals themselves can take several minutes to transit between Mars and Earth, typically on the range of 5 to 20 minutes, depending upon the particular placement of Earth relative to Mars at that point of the year. Remember, that's varying because we're in two different orbits, a 1-year orbit for Earth and a 2-year orbit for Mars. So we can't, ask a question of the rover and get an instantaneous response. We can send a command or ask a question, and then takes up to 20 minutes for that to get to the rover, and then perhaps 20 minutes back. So conversation is very slow that way. It's a very harsh environment. It can get down to minus 90 degrees centigrade at night, which is the coldest temperature ever recorded down in Antarctica here on Earth. There's also huge, large-scale dust storms and radiation storms. You can see just in a few weeks, these are pictures of Mars in the lower right-hand corner here of how a dust storm can envelop the entire planet. And that can knock out our communication systems. The rover itself, although fairly large as rovers go, is still very limited in the available power and the available computing processing power that it has. I believe after this, my colleague Lauren Clayman is going to talk to you about the radioisotope thermal generation system. And our communication systems are just one of many different payloads on the rover competing for that valuable power from that RTG. And so we're limited in how much energy that we can have to transmit the signals back towards Earth. Now, there are planned outages as well. Certainly Mars is in orbit, Earth is in orbit. We're both rotating as planets, and the rover's driving around. So everything's in motion, and we can kind of pre-plan that out and know when we'll be able to establish a communication link to the planet. But there's also unplanned outages. We can have, obviously, weather effects here at Earth, in the way of thunderstorms that can knock out communications. We also have what we call space weather, which would be some of the radiation storms coming from our sun that can impede communications. So a lot of things working against us in trying to work these signals back towards Earth. So on the rover, where those signals start is we have 3 options, 3 different antenna systems on board Perseverance on the top deck. The primary way of communicating is a small antenna known as an ultra high frequency antenna, or UHF, and that will transmit from the surface of the planet up to one of 3 available orbiters: the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and MAVEN, as well as the European orbiter, the Trace Gas Orbiter, TGO. And so those are already there, and they'll come overhead about once a day for about 8 minutes over the rover. And when they're overhead, we'll be able to transmit at a rate of 2 megabits per second from that UHF antenna. And this works out well because those orbiters, as you can see in the picture here, they have very large solar panels, so they have a lot of power. And 2, from the pictures, you can see they all have large antennas on board. So they can ingest that 2 megabits per second from the rover and boost up the signal for the long haul path back towards Earth. And so the majority of the data will be transmitted in that fashion. Now, in addition to that system, there's 2 other systems at a different frequency called X-band. There's a high gain antenna and a low gain antenna. The high gain antenna, you can see on the picture on the inset here, is a steerable antenna. Now, it's a very low data rate. It's down to about 160 to 500 bits per second. But it's steerable, and it will be able to communicate with Earth directly rather than relaying the signal through one of those orbiters for a fraction, of time a day. And so this is how we'll be sending commands every morning to the rover. So very low data rate, but very important information. We wouldn't be sending pictures and video back and forth on this link, but this would be more for our commanding information and critical telemetry information. And the nice thing about it being steered is that we can have the rover in whatever pose it needs to be in for its mission operations and independently steer the beam around, so we don't have to worry about what position the rover is in to communicate. And then finally, there's a low gain X-band system. Again, very low data rate, just as a backup option to give us some flexibility in case we had a problem and perhaps the rover's in safe mode and we're trying to recover from some event, unforeseen event, like a radiation storm or that. So we have 3 different channels here and different frequencies that we communicate in those channels. And you can imagine there's a lot of science and engineering that goes behind that. And NASA is certainly full of a lot of science and engineers to build the systems to allow this to happen. But I also wanted to take just a minute here to mention, so these channels operate at different frequencies, the same way that your cell phone has a certain frequency and your wireless internet, your router at home, has a certain frequency. And just like all of those consumer grade products in space, NASA has to get a allocation to use that frequency. We have to get an authorization for each and every one of our spacecraft, and each and every one of our spacecraft may need multiple channels. So there's an entire team at NASA, made up of folks that have a bit of a legal background and a management background that work with our international partners all year to make sure that all of our spacecraft are allocated the right channels that they need, the right frequencies that they need in order to communicate to and from Earth. And that's an ongoing effort. It takes a few years prior to each of these missions to get those spectrum allocations. And it's something that a lot of people don't know about. So they're the unsung heroes of making all this work. And I just wanted to make the point that it takes, a whole lot of different types of people to pull these systems together, from the hardware and the software, the science and the engineering, but also the policy and the management of that. And the spectrum allocation is a perfect example of a critical piece that you need to make these systems work. One very new feature with this rover of other rovers is the Mars helicopter, known as Ingenuity. So there will be the first powered flight demonstration on another planet using Ingenuity, which will deploy from the Perseverance rover. And what Ingenuity is going to add from a mission capability standpoint is we'll be able to reach things like plateaus that the rover won't be able to climb, and go to ranges where the rover will not be able to get to, and get increased resolution and imagery from those particular locations. Now, from a communication standpoint, this creates a small network right down on the surface, because all of that imagery captured by Ingenuity will have to be relayed through the rover itself, and then up to the orbiter, and then back towards Earth. So we've basically built our own local Mars communication network between each of those elements in order to get the data ultimately from the helicopter demonstration and telemetered back to Earth. So very interesting and exciting demonstration that'll be deployed from the rover itself. Now, Perseverance as well is going to have several cameras on board, and we're greatly looking forward to the enormous amount of data that will be returned from those cameras. So as that starts to roll in over the next few weeks, please check out the Perseverance rover website for downloads of that information. Here's an example of just such a picture that was downlinked through Curiosity. Now, these images are very large. Some of them can even be gigabits large in file size. So it can take a few days and sometimes even a few weeks to download something like a panoramic mosaic like you see in this very image due to those data rates because of the long distances. But they will be adding that to the repository over time, and we're very much looking forward to seeing the kinds of imagery that Perseverance is going to give us on top of Curiosity. So back here at Earth, and that's the last part of communicating across this Mars relay network, our deep space network antennas known as the DSN. So the DSN features the very largest antennas that NASA operates. They have the most sensitive receivers on board. They also have the most powerful transmitters inside. So when we need to send the command and control information every morning to the rover so that it knows what operations it should do that day, we're going to also use these antennas as our transmitters. During that cruise phase, that 7-month cruise phase, these are the antennas that also provided all those navigational, we call them the radiometric analysis to make sure that we're at the right trajectory, the right speed, and the right angle. And to do so, we have to drive these systems with the best algorithms and the most stable timing, with atomic clocks and such, in order to provide that navigation to the rover from Earth during cruise phase. And typically at any given time, we have about 30 different craft in deep space, about 100 across the solar system, about 30 in deep space that the DSN is talking to on a daily basis. So the DSN is a network, and for network, deep space network, and there are 3 facilities for the DSN spread across the planet. We have one in Goldstone, California, Madrid, Spain, and Canberra, Australia. And the reason that these various sites are picked is because they're roughly 120 degrees apart from each other on the Earth. And so whichever way the Earth is rotated, you were able to use one or sometimes even 2 of these ground terminal facilities to communicate with one of the deep space craft, such as Perseverance. And so some of the signal will go to one of the antennas, and the Earth is slowly rotating. So then you have to hand off to perhaps another one of the antennas to get the rest of the message or download the rest of the image. And then ultimately, those pieces of the signal need put together at a central operations facility, which resides out in Pasadena, California, out at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the JPL Space Flight Operations Facility. And if you're ever out there, you can get a public tour of that facility. It's been in operations now 24/7 for over 40 years, communicating with all of our deep space craft. And of course, we're in a very interesting time, just like you and I are struggling to figure out how to get through our day to day due to COVID-19. The Space Operations Facility is doing the same. And in fact, in this past year, it was the date of March 20th. That was the first day for the NASA Curiosity rover to be successfully operated from the operations team who was telecommuting from home. And of course, we've had to continue this mode of operation for some time, but it's pretty amazing the technological successes of figuring out how to lay in secure channels where you're able to operate a spacecraft in deep space on the surface of another planet from your house due to the constraints of a worldwide pandemic. So big feather in JPL's cap for figuring that out. Now you can watch live the operations of what those operators are doing anytime that you like. This is up 24/7. If you go to the DSN Now website, and I just took a screenshot of it here for you to take a look at. This will show you the 3 different facilities, and there's several antennas at each, and it'll annotate which spacecraft we're talking to at that instantaneous time. So right now on the screen at the very bottom in the center, you can see that the Canberra site, which was in the center, the 34-meter dish, was actually talking to Voyager 2 at that time that I took that screenshot. And if you'd like to learn more about the mission or the communication system, you can click in the bottom right and find things like how far the mission is away, what's the data rate, what's the latency and time. Right now, I think it's selected Mars Odyssey, and there was a 42.94 minute time delay talking to it. So really neat website. I encourage you to check that out, especially now, watching us start to bring Perseverance online, and it'll appear in here daily as we start to talk to it. And so, like I mentioned, there will be a lot more hardware going out towards Mars. These are the robotic precursor missions where we can find out what type of resources are available to us to enable human exploration. And we have to continue to do these first to learn more about ourselves and our solar system, where we are and where we're going. And we need a lot of help to do this. And there are many ways that you, the public, can participate in this. We have small business opportunities where, the algorithms and the software and even the hardware that we use on these spacecraft can get developed from a small business interested in doing so. We have larger contractual mechanisms for procurement, but the one I really wanted to focus on is our academic collaborations. We are very fortunate that every year we have a large segment of interns coming to join us. And in fact, right now, this very second, we're reviewing applications for the summer internship. I believe they're open for another couple weeks here. And so if you know someone or you yourself are interested in helping us accomplish these missions, by all means, consider interning with us. And that goes from high school to undergraduate to the graduate level to the postdoctoral level, and even faculty fellowships. And like I said, this is something that is crucial to our success, getting in young, bright people with new ideas and help in getting their feedback on what we're trying to do and getting their help trying to get there. Again, I'm from the Glenn Research Center, which is in Cleveland, Ohio, in the Great Lakes region, but we have facilities all over the country. And so if you're not able to travel or you'd like to have something a little closer to home, you can go through the main web portal and basically it's like a job board, find something that you're interested in and put in for it. And we will be most happy to have you aboard our team as we go forward. So I hope that you found this very interesting. Thank you so much for your attention. Also, thank you to the Great Lakes Science Center for helping us get our message out here as we continue to add, again, more chapters to our story in exploring our solar system and beyond.
Once again, folks, that was Dr. Daniel Rabel of the Space Communications and Navigation Network. Just really fascinating learning about how we communicate with deep space objects. And you saw in the video that he provided with you the Mars helicopter that I told you about earlier. That Mars helicopter is amazing. It's only about 4 pounds. It's solar powered, so it will recharge on its own. It uses a wireless communication system, and the rotors on the vehicle are about 4 foot long. So that's pretty amazing. It's also equipped with internal sensors and a laser altimeter and 2 cameras, one in color and also one in black and white. It's really fascinating. And we'll delve a little bit deeper into that here in a few minutes. We do have another speaker that's coming up. We're trying to establish communications with them. But in the meantime, it's another great opportunity to talk more about the Perseverance rover. Now, the key objectives for this particular mission are to explore the geologically diverse landing site. Jezero Crater is amazing. At one time, that crater was filled with water, and we can see where water flowed into the crater and also where it flowed out of the crater. And the water sat there for a long time, so there's plenty of sediment that settled down in the bottom. We also can see a delta where water from the river that flowed in carried materials with it and left those materials there to sink at the bottom. Eventually, all the water went away, but the sediment is still there. And by going there and doing our core sampling there, we can learn so much about the planet's history. And there's a great possibility that we might find signs of organic materials in some of the sediment there from that delta. And that's a step closer to determining if there ever was life on the red planet. Now, another key objective for the mission is to assess ancient habitability, whether or not life could have existed on Mars, and to seek out those signs of ancient life, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago. We'll be gathering rock and soil samples from across the region, and they'll be returned to Earth by a future NASA mission. We'll be demonstrating some neat technology like the helicopter that we talked about a moment ago, but we're also testing some special equipment on board that has, ramifications for crewed missions to Mars eventually one day. One of the experiments is called MOXIE, and we'll use that experiment to try to determine if we can extract oxygen from the Martian atmosphere. Martian atmosphere is primarily carbon dioxide. So if we can use a device like this, just a bigger device, to manufacture oxygen for our crews to survive, that's going to be huge. And in fact, we'll be able to make oxygen for crews once we get there. Anything we don't have to carry with us means more room for additional payload or less fuel that it will take to get off the surface of the Earth. So that's really, really cool. And that'll be a neat experiment that we'll be taking a look at. We'll also be looking in some new ways. The spacecraft is actually equipped with 26 different cameras, and that's going to be really fascinating. It will allow us to see Mars in a way that we've never seen it before. Um, the advanced camera system that's part of the Mastcam Z is panoramic and stereographic imaging. So the camera is set up with stereoscopic cameras that are about the same distance as the human eyes are on your face. So it'll give people who look at those images the feeling that they're almost on the surface of Mars, and that's going to be absolutely incredible. That'll also assist with rover operations. It's going to be so cool. There's a SuperCam planetary uh, X-ray instrument scanning habitable environments. We did talk about MOXIE. That's the Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. There is a Mars Environment Dynamic Analyzer. This is a small weather station that's actually mounted on the vehicle. So it'll give us a clearer picture of what the weather conditions are like at that location, and that's going to be absolutely fascinating. Um, Again, the rover is about the size of a small SUV, and that's just incredible. It's amazing we were able to get it off the ground, weighing a whole ton. It's going to be even cooler trying to land all that weight on the surface of Mars. Requires a special parachute to do that, a supersonic parachute that'll open when the spacecraft is still moving at close to 1,000 miles an hour. So that's going to be really fascinating as we get closer to that point. We did have some questions that came in. Lisa asked a question about how fast the spacecraft was actually moving. Chris Hartenstein, another one of our viewers, was able to answer that question for her, looking at about 24,600 miles per hour. It's moving incredibly fast in this cruise phase, and very shortly it's going to have to slow down so it'll be able to land on the surface of Mars. So, Chris, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for helping us to answer that question. And Lisa, keep those questions coming. Our crew here is all very, very excited about the next phases. We're also pretty excited about our next speaker, another subject matter expert that will be joining us and be sharing some information. Now, we'll be talking in that case about radioisotope power systems, the power system that makes it possible for the rover to do its work. Lauren Kamen will be joining us. She's a Chief Safety and Mission Assurance Officer for the Radioisotope Power System Program. and will present on thermoelectric system, the thermoelectric system being used to provide power both to the Curiosity rover that landed on Mars 9 years ago, as well as the Perseverance rover that's about to touch down. I think we've got her all queued up and ready to go. Lauren, take it away.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Clayton, and I'm with the Radioisotope Power Systems Program, which is at NASA's Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. And you'll hear me say RPS a lot today, which is actually short for Radioisotope Power Systems. And for the program, I'm their Chief Safety and Mission Assurance Officer. I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you, and hopefully you'll learn more about our program and more about what I do, because this is a very exciting time for RPS. We have Perseverance carrying an RPS system, and I can't wait to share more with you about it. But before we get to Perseverance and Mars, I think it's important for you to understand more about what I do and the program and how we help power extreme exploration for NASA. So radioisotope power systems, or RPS, what do these systems do? Well, we actually provide power to go to some of the most extreme places in our solar system. I mean, at NASA, we are all about exploring, discovering, and then understanding what we get back from those discoveries. What's really cool is that in order to understand what's out there, we invest so much brain power into getting to these destinations in our solar system that we learn things that we can do better even here on Earth with the technologies that we use in space. And then we learn about the places in space and the planetary bodies out there and end up learning more about Earth's origin just from all these places we go and visit. And as you can imagine, compared to some of the environments on Earth, space is full of the most extreme environments that you can think of. They're really harsh, they're dark, they're cold, and they're dusty. And we send our missions there. And these missions would either be impossible or very hard to do without the use of nuclear power. And that's what a radioisotope power system is. An RPS harnesses the heat of the natural radioactive decay of a material called plutonium-238. And that heat from that decay is converted into electrical power, and we use that to operate our spacecraft systems and science instrumentation. And of course, I talked about how Perseverance has one of these RPS systems on it, but another recent example of when we've used an RPS system for a mission was the New Horizons historic journey to Pluto. That was made possible by an RPS system called an RTG, which is a radioisotope thermoelectric generator. And this is an RTG is exactly what we have on Mars Curiosity rover, which is already up there on Mars, roving around. And like I said, what's going to be on the Perseverance and powering Perseverance. This particular type of RTG is called an MM-RTG. And the MM just simply stands for a system that was designed for more than one specific destination in mind. Therefore, it can serve multi-missions. So that's a multi-mission RTG. Now, I'd love to share a great video with you. This was made several years ago, back when Curiosity went up to Mars. The video explains how a radioisotope power system works, but specifically an MMRTG. So just keep in mind, this was on Curiosity, and this is what's on Perseverance, which is going to land later today.
If you want to drive a rover on Mars, you have to keep in mind, there's no gas station for millions of miles, and there's no outlet to plug into for power. That's why NASA's Curiosity rover on Mars and other NASA spacecraft that explore the solar system use something called radioisotope power. A radioactive substance releases heat as it breaks down or decays. A system that converts that heat into electricity is called a radioisotope power system. These systems get fancy names. Curiosity's power system is called the MMRTG, Multi-Mission Radioisotope Thermoelectric Generator. MMRTGs are reliable and last a long time. Engineers use this material in devices called thermocouples, which are used to generate electricity. One of the thermocouple shoes is hot and one is cold. This heat, transferred across a big temperature difference, makes electrical charges flow from the hot shoe to the cold shoe and produces an electrical voltage, and this generates useful electrical power.
All right, great. I love that video because I think it breaks down exactly, what's happening when the heat is released from this radioactive material, and the fact that we just take that heat and turn it into electrical power with these things called thermocouples. And now it gets to power things that we send up into space. And I want to show you this picture. It's a picture of Perseverance. And I don't know if you can see very well there. It's on the back of this rover, and it's painted white. There's a dotted line showing you exactly where this MMRTG is. So you can imagine this particular rover is, I'd say, roughly the size of a large golf cart or a small vehicle. And this MMRTG is giving off the amount of power that I think all of us are kind of used to thinking about. This is just a standard 100-watt light bulb. I have these in my house at home, and this MMRTG is creating just over that, 110 watts. And all that power is all that's needed to help this rover move across Mars and do its job. So I think that's a big testament to the ingenuity and brilliance of these great scientists and engineers we have working in the NASA community, to be able to build this kind of a spacecraft with power that's equivalent to about a light bulb, and it can run on that. So I always that kind of blows my mind a little bit. I always like to let people know, because it's kind of a very crazy thing to put in parallel with just a light bulb. Now I have another video for you. This is a much better close-up of an MMRTG. And I'll play this video and kind of try to describe a little bit about what you're seeing here. So the cylindrical portion in the center is actually where the nuclear material goes. And it's surrounded by all these little thermocouples that are taking the heat and turning it into electricity. And if you want to break down a little bit more, these heat sources made of the nuclear material, they're in these things that look like bricks called GPHS, or general purpose heat sources. And the main thing to note here is that you see these sort of orangey peach colored pellets. That's the nuclear material. And there's lots of protective cladding over it. And there's basically layers and layers. So once you can see how all the layers fit together to go inside of this GPHS, they're all stacked up and put in the center of this MMRTG. That's where we keep turn into electrical power. So I really like this animation because it actually gets to show you how everything fits together. And I know that helps my mind understand things quite a bit. And then all this energy is transported to the spacecraft for use. And you might wonder what those little spokes are coming off of this thing. And those are just spokes for releasing or radiating off some of the extra heat that comes from this nuclear material. We don't take all of it and we can't convert it all to electricity because we don't have a process that's efficient enough to do that. So we have waste heat and we either radiate it, or sometimes spacecraft even use this waste heat to keep their other instrumentation warm enough, because in space, in the harsh environments of space, you can't let certain things get too cold. So we can provide power, and in some cases we can provide heat to spacecraft as well. But when we think about RPS systems, I know our program likes to refer to something we call the 4 Ps. People, power, progress, and production. Because by nature, we are explorers, and it all starts with people. The RPS program is actually part of NASA's Science Mission Directorate's Planetary Science Division. And I mentioned before, we have some really passionate bright people working for this group. And part of the responsibility I have as the Chief Safety Mission Assurance Officer for this program is to enforce NASA's top priorities, which is safety and, of course, the success of our missions. The safety of the public and of our NASA teams is always, always our top priority in our quest to succeed with our missions. So obviously, I take that very seriously, and I get to work with a lot of experts who know how to ensure that everything that we do, during the design, testing, and launching of an RPS all happens safely. So I'm kind of here as a resource or a checks and balance type of function to help make sure everything works well and is successful. And of course, the second P, power, we talked about that already. We provide power for spacecraft, for robotics, so that we can explore these amazing places our solar system has to offer. And I think it's just quite amazing when we think about the amount of power that we're able to get by on using to make all of these amazing things happen. And of course, even though we have these systems today, we're always pushing the boundaries and trying to improve them. Our program is continuing to invest in new technology and improvements to those technologies so that we can make better systems and make them more efficient. And then in the end, NASA and the community at large, we're going to lead to even greater science returns. And then production. Why is production important? Well, we talked about nuclear material being the fuel for these systems. And we've gone roving on Mars using these systems, and we're looking for, in the future, a mission called Dragonfly that plans to go to Saturn's moon Titan. We're going to have an RPS system there. And by adding missions back to the moon and and even more, missions to Mars in our future, the RPS program has taken steps in partnership with the Department of Energy to make sure that we have enough fuel or radioactive material that makes the fuel for our RPS available. And we're doing this with the DOE through something they've established called constant rate production. That just essentially means that material is continuously being produced. And so that once, we can gauge what the future needs of NASA are based upon future missions that are planned. And then we'll have this fuel and material available when these missions are finally ready to launch. And this is also pretty significant because in doing this, the Department of Energy has reestablished the United States production of this material. And this was just within the last several years. About 30 years ago, we lost the ability to do that, in the United States. So that's pretty cool for us. And a fun fact is that some of the first produced plutonium-238 is even in the heat sources that are going to be powering Perseverance. So how cool is that? All right. Well, I mentioned that we have a great history of utilizing RPS systems for some of NASA's missions. Here you can see, this is kind of an eye chart, but there's 25 missions from the Sun to Pluto and beyond. A number of those are Mars missions right over here. We're building a pretty successful resume of missions that we've supported with RPS system. And that helps build our confidence that these systems are reliable, that they're safe, that they're long lasting. So for me in my position, gathering this type of information and data on the performance of all these systems help to demonstrate, that, they're long lasting and safe. And that's what's important for us to do always at NASA. And we often get asked why we use plutonium-238 and not something else. And really, the truth is that there are other materials, nuclear materials out there that are radioisotope materials that would work. But this particular material was carefully chosen for a number of reasons because those things made it technically and safely compatible for our RPS systems. As I mentioned before, one of the MMRTGs that's on Perseverance, one of them is on Curiosity, which is there right now. And what I like about showing some of these pictures that Curiosity had sent back is that they're strikingly Earth-like, even though they're extraterrestrial. I mean, I love the bottom middle picture. It really does kind of just look like someplace, I don't know, maybe in New Mexico or something. But this did a lot of excellent work taking samples of rocks and soil and taking pictures back for us. And what's really cool about this rover is that it's been like over 3,000 Martian days, we call them sols, since Curiosity touched down in August, I think, of 2012. So it's actually worked well beyond its intended life and keeps making new discoveries. So let's all keep our fingers crossed that that's going to happen, just the same with Perseverance as well. Speaking of Perseverance, this rover here, and it's one of the top left pictures. This is a picture of it launching. It actually launched on its journey to Mars back in July of 2020. And below it, you can see actually a picture of when it was getting assembled in a clean room with the rest of the rover. The MMRTG is getting installed onto it. And I think I'll talk more about this picture in a few minutes. But the two middle pictures are pretty cool because since Perseverance is actually the first part of a 3-part sample return mission, we're going to end up learning about soil and rock samples that the rover collects on Mars, but we're also going to be testing the technology to launch a spacecraft off of the Mars surface, which has never been done before, and then rendezvous and dock around Mars for a return trip to Earth, which has also never been done before. So, I mean, this is a really, really interesting thing, and it's going to be the proving ground, I think, for a lot of our future Mars exploration. And, really robotics, they do pave the way for human exploration. They provide us with a better understanding of the conditions of the destinations that we go to, like the geology or the atmosphere. We learn if there's water present or if it looks like there's signs of water having existed previously. And really all of these types of robotic missions become a precursor for human exploration. Not only how we can make these areas habitable, but also testing new technologies first before we do that with humans so that we don't put lives at risk. And what's really cool too is the Apollo missions that went to the moon. They also had robotic precursor missions. I think it was called Ranger and Surveyor. And those missions were used to determine how best to land humans on the moon and return them safely home. So as I mentioned, it's so important for the science to be done. This Perseverance is going to collect, you can see in the bottom right is a depiction of a sample of rocks it might collect. It's going to, I think, take about 20 samples and leave them on Mars, and they will be intended to be picked up by a future mission and brought back home so that we can actually study Martian samples on Earth. All right. Well, so in our journey to Mars, of course, we have to integrate our MMRTG, which you see here, in with the rest of the flight hardware. It's really important that the system is safe while it's here on Earth, but also when it reaches its destination. So, my job has a lot to do with ensuring safety. And one of the ways we try to keep things safe for use on other planets is through the extreme cleanliness measures being taken here on Earth. So we use rooms called clean rooms to assemble our hardware. And as you can imagine, the cleanliness of these rooms is very, very tightly controlled. Technicians have to wear protective clothing at all times, really from like head to toe. And, so keeping these rooms clean for the hardware and all the people in the rooms free from transferring contaminants to the hardware, we're not only ensuring that we don't scratch or gunk up the hardware, but, we're keeping biological contaminants off of the hardware, so that whatever we send to another planetary body is free from anything that we might have brought from Earth. We don't want to take any of our biology there. Whatever we find on Mars, we want to know it's really from Mars and not something we brought from Earth. And here's really another picture kind of from a different angle and with people in it. So it's kind of what you just saw. But I love this picture because it gives you the sense of scale for how big this is. It really is kind of like the size of a small golf cart. And here you can see the technicians helping to install this. This was actually what's called a hot fit check, wherein the MMRTG is being loaded onto the rover, And the hot part of hot fit check simply means they're loading in the fuel, because once the fuel is in there, you can't stop radioactive decay. It stays warm, generating heat. And so this is what's called a hot fit check. They have to make sure everything is integrated properly. But these are real people who are able to be around this radioactive material because of all the safety being built into making the heat sources, you know, from how the material is produced all the way to how we have fully safeguarded the system that's integrated with the rest of the rover. And now since you have been able to learn about the MMRTG that will be on Perseverance, this is a cool animation, and you might have seen something like this before, or you will see something like this later today, but this is basically the landing sequence that will be happening in just a few hours. And now hopefully you can pick out and see where the MMRTG is in this short video clip. You see it? There it is. I love that video. It's hard to believe that that's what's going to be happening later today. But another fun fact is that I think the Mars distance from Earth today is about 127 million miles, and we get to see this landing near real time as it's happening on something that far away. And I also find it very cool to know that this thing is going to be plummeting through Mars atmosphere at like 12,000 miles per hour, something like that, and it's going to get slowed down to roughly something about 2 miles per hour before it lands on the surface of Mars. So I don't know how these engineers do it, but it's going to land slowly and softly, and landing on Mars is quite challenging. All right. Well, one thing I like to share with everybody is that we have the RPS program has a really great website. It's at rps.nasa.gov. And one of a really cool new feature that we have on the website is this thing called Power to Explore Experience. It's a 3D viewer wherein you can go and take a closer look at the MMRTG on NASA's Perseverance rover. So I really encourage you to go and try to interact with this new 3D viewer on our website. And like I said, here's the website again. We have I think all the videos that I showed today, as well as quite a few more on there. We have excellent resources. You can learn more about other RPS systems, all of the missions that we have had RPS on. And I really hope you go take a look at this website. I'm so happy again for having been here with you today. I know that Perseverance is, I think, the most sophisticated rover that we've ever sent to Mars. I mean, it could be one of the most sophisticated and complex spacecraft that's ever gone into space. And I know the name Perseverance really embodies all of NASA's passion for taking on and overcoming challenges. So, you know, in the future, when we go from Earth back to the moon, you know, more missions to Mars, the power for robotic and human missions is going to be really critical, and these nuclear power systems can really pave the way. So thank you so much for your time today. I really enjoyed talking to you, and enjoy the landing later. Thank you so much.
Once again, folks, that was Lauren Kamen. She's the Chief Safety and Mission Assurance Officer for the Radioisotope Power System Program. And it was really a thrill to have her with us. Really fascinating. I loved her explanations, and of course the visuals that she provided were just amazing. You know, I've been monitoring all of our different social media channels, and we've got folks that are that are tuning in. They're asking all kinds of questions. Got a question here from little Billy in Rocky River, Ohio, and very interesting question that he had. One that I actually hear a lot. We took a moment and had to search for a video, and I think we found one for it. Um, Billy wanted to know is Mars really red? Is Mars really red? That came in on our Twitter feed, and I think we've got a video that might be able to answer that question for you, Billy. So take a look at this video that was produced by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. That's JPL out in Pasadena, California. Might be able to answer that question. So, Billy, that was a great question that you had. And now you know the soil on Mars is oxidizing, it's rusting right before our very eyes. Very cool question. Thanks for writing it in and keep those questions coming. Again, we see lots of people who are joining us. Hi to CDZ and Zach Powell. I agree. What we've been seeing so far is amazing. Hey, Jerson, good to have you here. We've also got some STEM professionals that are with us as well. The person with the handle F1 Rocket Engine, very, very cool. Good to have you with us. And NASA Glenn sent a quick message. If you want to follow the progress of the Perseverance rover in real time, you can do that by simply going to mars.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 /timeline/cruise, and that will give you the up-to-date information. We have time for just one more question before we move on, and it's a quick one. This question came from Nora, and Nora wanted to know how do we land on Mars? Let's take a look. Another video for you. So Nora, it looks like you've got plenty of options. Just depends on the size of your lander and what you want to do with it once it gets here. So I hope that that answered your question. I thought that was a pretty cool video. And speaking of landing systems, our next featured STEM professional will be talking about the parachute decelerator system that's being used for the Perseverance rover. Lance Foster is a research aerospace engineer who oversaw the parachute testing in NASA Glenn's 10 by 10 supersonic wind tunnel. And he's here to talk not only about the testing, but the role that NASA Glenn had in validating the various models that were used for the parachute decelerator system. Lance, if you're ready, take it away.
Hi, I'm Lance Foster. I'm an aerospace engineer at NASA Glenn Research Center, and I'm going to talk today about the parachute testing that we use about the testing of the parachute for the Perseverance rover, which is also the same kind of parachute we used for the Curiosity rover. So first, to just kind of orient you and give you an idea when and how we use the parachute, I'm going to show a little video that's going to show some of the process that Perseverance is using to enter the Martian atmosphere. So now I'm going to go to video. All right. So this is after the capsule containing the Perseverance rover has finally reached the Martian atmosphere. So it's just touching the atmosphere of Mars, and it's getting very hot as it's entering. That front side of the capsule is the heat shield. So we're entering Mars air. It's not actually made of air, but it's atmosphere. And the rover inside of this capsule. So as we're getting closer, what you're going to see shortly, the heat shield, which is on the front of the capsule, is going to release. That is the parachute opening, that is the part we will talk the most about today. Once the parachute opens, this is still supersonic speed that this capsule is falling. Supersonic meaning, so we're still going faster than the speed of sound. And this parachute opens and it's going to slow the rover down from supersonic speed to we're going to get to subsonic speed. And once that happens, capsule cracks open, the sky crane comes out with the rocket boosters, and it's going to continue to lower the rover down to the Martian surface. Now, a natural question people ask is, well, you've got this thing with the rocket boosters. Why wouldn't you use the rocket boosters to lower it all the way down to the surface? Great question. This rover is heavier than previous rovers, and it's so heavy that if they lowered it all the way down to the Martian surface, the rocket boosters would create a giant crater around the rover, and the rover would be stuck, and that would kind of be the mission. So the sky crane lowers it, we put it on the lines, and then the sky crane flies away. All right, so that is it for that video. So what we did at NASA Glenn Research Center in our 10-foot by 10-foot supersonic wind tunnel, we did wind tunnel testing of the parachute that was used for the rover. So I'm going to quickly, this is where I guess I'm not going to take much time between. I'm going to go to another video I have, and this will kind of show how our test article, that's what we call the model we put in the tunnel. And our test article was the capsule and parachute. And I'll show you how that relates to what you just saw. Okay, and I'm going to run this video. So yet again, this is our capsule attached to the parachute, and this is our tunnel. This is our model capsule, and you see lines coming from the model. These are technicians putting it together. That's Christy, our test engineer. And now, the test in the wind tunnel, this is where we fire the charge and boom, we pop open the parachute. Okay. So this is the actual test article that we tested in the wind tunnel. And we had air blowing at Mach 2.5 up to 2.8 for some of the data. I'm going to come out of this video right now. So I guess the first thing is, why are we doing this testing? Why did we do this? What did we want to know? So the job of the parachute, first and foremost, the job of any parachute is to decelerate an object that you're dropping. Just like when a person jumps out of a plane and they open a parachute. The job of the parachute is to slow down the object that's falling so that it can land at a safe speed. So coming into the test, we had already done a lot of other testing, and the JPL people had already done some modeling, and this was a follow-on test to verify that the models they were using were accurate. So what I don't show you pictures of, before that test, we did a test with a hard shell canopy, and that's where it was basically a parachute, but it was a metal model of the parachute that didn't flex, and it just sat there, and we measured the forces that that parachute was pulling on the capsule with. And after doing that test and continued work by the JPL folks and other modeling, that data looked good. So then we went to the soft shell canopy test, and that was the parachute that you just saw open. And what we were looking to see, we were looking to measure the loads that the parachute put on the capsule. So we want to know, how hard is this parachute pulling on the capsule? That's called a drag force. So how much drag force do we have? And the amount of drag force, that tells us how well the parachute is going to slow down the capsule. And also, I do want to show this picture again. So if you look here at the parachute, this is what's called a disc gap band configuration. And what that means is the parachute consists of a disc, like most parachutes. Then there's a gap. There's a space where the fabric is open, and then another band. So this is called a disc gap band parachute. And we use this because it's a supersonic parachute. You know, I'm sure you've seen, usually here on Earth, when somebody jumps out in a parachute, it's just the, I guess, the disc part. You know, it's just one solid, it's just one parachute with no holes in it. Because this parachute is working at supersonic speed, they found that it was more stable if you have that gap in there, so that it can breathe and some of the air can get out some. So that this disc gap band configuration is for a supersonic wind tunnel. Another thing you'll see, there's a lot of little white dots on the parachute. All those white dots are for a process we call photogrammetry. Now, some of you watching probably like to play video games, and particularly if you've seen on sports video games, when they're making the game and they'll put the athlete in that black suit with the little white dots on it, and they use that so they can get the motions just right. So that makes, if you're playing a basketball game, it makes the motions look really realistic, or a football game where they have the people do the moves and they can make video game characters that look like it. So photogrammetry, we put these dots all over the parachute, and we have an array of cameras. And what happens with the cameras working together, we're able to track in 3 dimensions the positions of each of those dots. And this is important for this testing, because when that parachute opens, it doesn't just open and sit there. The parachute, it kind of moves around, and it breathes and and gyrates. So by doing photogrammetry, the JPL researchers were able to measure the motions of the parachute and see if there were any particular frequencies, any patterns they wanted to see in what was happening with the parachute movement. So that, and we can stop. I shouldn't have surprised you. So you can stop sharing. So that was a really exciting experience. I think it's funny when things like this happen. You know, we did this test, and the JPL folks got their data, and they went back, and it was some years later. I think this testing happened in probably 2000, maybe 2008. So we sent the Curiosity rover. NASA sent that up in 2012. So we had already done the testing, and it was years later when we heard, oh yeah, you know, that parachute that they tested here, they're going to do that. They're sending it up. So just the timeline, when you see these things happening, and we use that parachute to land Curiosity, and that's the same kind of parachute that's going to land Perseverance on the surface. When you see these things happen, it's a long timeline and a lot of work by a lot of people that goes into that when you see one of these things happen. So every piece of a mission like this, you've got thousands of different systems. You've got the parachute. You've got the rocket boosters for the sky crane. You've got materials work for the heat shield. You've got all these thousands of components. So you have all these parallel research programs going where people are working, are trying to find different solutions to problems we have to solve to make this thing work. I'm going to show, I've got a picture of some of the test team. It's not everybody, but so there's some of us that dapper young gentleman who looks very sleepy from third shift testing in the back row. That's me. And you see Christy Pastor Barcy is in there, Jim Roeder, Anita Sengupta, and that's engineers and technicians. And this by no means is the whole team. I'll stop sharing that. That's not everybody. When we do one of these tests, well, first of all, the testing happens on third shift usually. And third shift for us is 11 p.m. to 7 in the morning. And we do that for a variety of reasons. One, first of all, the wind tunnel is very large and it's very loud. Even though the test section where we put the article is 10 feet wide by 10 feet tall, the whole facility takes up like a whole city block. And when the wind tunnel is running, it's very loud. So first of all, just to not be a nuisance while people are there during the day, we run at night. But the truth, they're not that concerned about our well-being. The truth is that the power is really cheaper than, all jokes aside, they're concerned about us, but the electricity is a lot cheaper during off hours. So that's a major driver for why we run then. And when we're doing a test like this, it's really an around the clock effort, because what happens, we come in and test at night and we'll take our data all the way from midnight up until 6:15 in the morning. And that's when we start to shut down. And at that point, the day shift comes in. So you've got a whole other set of people with a lot of the same skills, a whole other set of engineers and technicians come in because they have to fix things that we broke. I guess another secret of research that I don't think should be a secret. We show you video of tests and you see the video of when it works well and when we pull it off. But the reality is for every accomplishment, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't work. So that video I showed you where the parachute opened, that was one where finally the parachute successfully opened. But before that happened, we had issues with the charge, with making the parachute open on time. Sometimes the parachute was opening early. Sometimes the parachute didn't open all the way, like all the bands didn't come loose. Engineering research period is very much trial and error. One of the jokes is that if you come in the morning and usually we come in and things are broken, and if at the end of the day you have fixed something, that's a good day. So there's a whole lot of the whole process. There's a lot of growing pains, and research is about learning. So at the beginning, you're trying to do something we haven't done before that we didn't know how to do, and we're trying to learn how to do it. So at the end, when it works, it's fantastic for everyone. And you look at a situation like this, we're landing rovers on Mars, which is let's pause and think about that. That's amazing in itself. We are from Earth launching rovers into space and landing them on Mars. But when we put that up there on Mars, you get one shot. And that one shot, it has to work. So just like you look at a basketball player shooting a 3-pointer and and it's the finals and the clock is ticking and there's 3 seconds left and somebody shoots a 3-pointer. That's not the first time that person shot a three-pointer. That person has spent hours and hours in the gym shooting and missing and shooting in different situations and finding out what does and doesn't work for that moment. So when we get there and we put perseverance on Mars, that is that is us hitting the game-winning shot, and we get one shot at that, and there's thousands of hours by thousands of brilliant people working to create one moment. So for that moment to work, we spend a lot of time trying things that do and don't work to get ready for that. So yeah, and that is how we at NASA Glenn wind tunnel tested the parachute that will be used to land the Perseverance rover, that was used to land the Curiosity rover, and that's just a small piece of the part that we here at NASA Glenn in Ohio have played in the effort to put the rover up there. I think you've already seen some other talks about the power systems, work on that was done here, and work on the communications. And on previous rovers, they did drop testing for Spirit and Opportunity. So we know that everybody's familiar with Houston, because here Houston, we have a problem, in Cape Canaveral, but there are a dozen NASA centers and we all have different specialties. In Ohio, NASA Glenn is very much involved in the successes you see for the space program. And with that, I will get off my soapbox, and they tell me that you all will also be testing your own parachute. So I don't want you to get discouraged or feel away if your parachute doesn't do exactly what you wanted to do the first time, because the parachute that we're going to use to land the rover didn't work right the first time either. We didn't get it right the first time, so you're going to have to, there will be trial and error, and you're going to try things, and you're going to reiterate, and you're going to fix things, and you're going to try other solutions. So don't feel away. The best solution comes from trying and failing more often. The more things you try, the more things don't work, and the more you know about why the winning solution really works. And that's it. So have fun out there, and I'll see you all out there later.
Hey, folks, welcome back. Some really cool stuff talking about that parachute deceleration system. Again, that was Lance Foster with the research aerospace engineer at the NASA Glenn Research Center. And he was telling you a little bit about the supersonic wind tunnel that was used to test the parachute that would be used for the Perseverance rover. Everything really hinges on that. And it'll help to slow the spacecraft down quite a bit. Still not enough to actually land on the surface, but it'll bring it from somewhere around 1,000 miles an hour, a little over 900 miles an hour, down to about 200 miles an hour. And that's when the jetpack will take over, because it's still moving too fast to actually touch down on the surface. It's going to be absolutely incredible. A lot of folks writing into us. Hey to Susan and Jeremy, to James. We have Beso Predifo from Italy, who joined us. And we also have Raj. Hey, Raj from the UK, who's joined us as well. And of course, to Aaron's Science and Space Learning. He wants to be a scientist when he grows up. And so he's asking the right questions. He's in the right place. And don't forget, everything that you're learning now in school is going to be critically important. The more science, math, technology you can take, that's great. But you also need to be able to speak some other languages too, because space is becoming an international place. In fact, there are currently 3 different missions from 3 separate countries that are operating at Mars today. So China was able to send a spacecraft there. The United Arab Emirates has a probe that's currently in orbit around Mars. It even has a lander that they hope to set down in about a month or so. And obviously, Perseverance is arriving today. So it's pretty exciting times that's going on right now. Julie Boswell wanted to know if there's a backup parachute for perseverance. And no, um, it's got to use the one that it has. That's been tested and retested by the folks here at the Great Lakes Science. I'm sorry, at the NASA Glenn Research Center, as you just saw, and it's designed to really take that load, moving at supersonic speeds, and that's very, very cool. We've had a couple of parents that sent in some posts on social media. They were asking if there were some activities that they could do with their children that were similar to some of the activities that will be taking place with the Perseverance rover. One that comes to mind right off the bat is candy bar geology. Get this, mom and dad, you can get snack-sized candy bars, a couple of different varieties of candy bars, and you can use them as geologic samples from your simulated Mars environment. All you'll need are the candy bars, maybe a knife, like a plastic knife, and you'll need a plastic straw. And if it's a clear straw, the better. Now, here's what you'll do. You'll open up that candy bar, and the best way to learn about someplace new is to examine something that you know about. So with the first candy bar, that'll be a simulated sample from Earth. Ask your child to take a close look at it, not to eat it, just to look at it. If you have a white sheet of paper that they can set the candy bar on, that'll be great. Have them describe it to you. If they're able to write, have them write down their description of what they're looking at. And if they can't write yet, just ask them to tell you what they see. Later, you can do a streak test. That's a test that geologists use with various geologic specimens. They actually take that rock and they'll rub it across something. In this case, they can rub the candy bar right there across that white paper. What color mark does it leave behind? That's one of the things that you'll want to check out. Now, next, you want to do your core sample. And to do the core sample, you're going to take that clear straw and you're going to move that straw back and forth between your fingers as you begin to penetrate that candy bar. Take it down so far and then pull it back up. And inside that clear section of the straw, you should be able to see the various layers that make up that geologic specimen. You can have your child count the number of layers that are there. Ask them if they've come across any rocks or any boulders as they were drilling down into their simulated specimen. That could be peanuts or nougat. Have them describe the different layers to you as well. Now, one of the neat things that you can do with a core sample is that you can study what the area is made of. But one of the drawbacks is you might have missed something that was right next to it that was really neat. For this next step, you're going to use the plastic knife and use that knife to cut the candy sample in half. Set one half aside and then have your child look at the other one. In fact, turn it so that they can look down through that cross section and compare the cross section to the core sample that they just had. Is there anything that they notice different between the two? Those are great questions to ask and great things for them to begin thinking about. Thinking like a scientist, thinking like an engineer, using those great STEM skills. That's a great way to do it. Now, in addition to that, now that they know what their simulated sample from Earth is, now it's time to look at the simulated Mars sample. Now, when I do this with my granddaughters, I usually put that other half inside a Ziploc bag. And now I give them a brand new candy bar. With the new candy bar they've never seen before, they're going to do the same kind of test, this streak test. They're going to sniff it. They're going to see if it smudges, but they aren't going to eat it. They'll do a core sample again, and they'll look at the core sample. Then they'll do a cross section, and they can compare their two core samples from their simulated Earth rock and from their simulated Mars rock, and then they can do the same thing with the cross section. The best part of this particular experiment, after they've made all their notes, is to give them the opportunity to eat their geologic sample. That's always a lot of fun. By the way, if you want to tie in some math with all that great science, you can estimate the age of the geologic specimen by counting up the number of layers and giving a numerical value or date for each one of those. And that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of cool. That's candy bar geology, mom and dad. And I hope you guys enjoy that. Some other great experiments to talk about. In fact, as we look at the rover itself, some neat things to know, some new technology that's being used and tested for the very first time. Perseverance is using that technology, and it's paving the way for future human missions to the red planet as well. This includes an autopilot for avoiding hazards, and that autopilot is called the terrain relative navigation, and it uses a set of sensors that'll gather data during the descent. That's part of the Mars Entry, Descent, and Landing Instrumentation Package, or Medley 2. That'll be really, really cool. There's also a new autonomous navigation system that will allow the rover to drive a little faster over challenging terrain, and that'll be pretty exciting as well. Can't wait to see those pieces of equipment in action. Perseverance is again using that baseline power system that we talked about before. That was the radioisotope thermoelectric generator that's being provided by the U.S. Department of Energy. It uses heat from the natural decay of plutonium-238 to generate electricity for the spacecraft. We had a great presentation on that earlier. If you missed it, that's some really, really cool stuff. Shared with you the size of and the dimensions of the spacecraft itself. I told you just briefly about SuperCam, one of the instruments that we'll be using. This instrument can provide imaging, chemical composition analysis, and mineralogy at a distance, and that's pretty neat. The principal investigator is Roger Weens from Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. The instrument also was also a part of a significant contribution from our international partners in France. So again, that's some really neat equipment, neat things to talk about. Let's see. Another question in on another one of our social media channels. This one wanted to know about. Looks like they wanted to know how we choose a landing site, how we choose landing sites on the red planet. I'd actually found a video, but you know, the last video that we ran for you, the audio was a little sketchy on that, and that's unfortunate because I thought the video was great. But to answer your question, it's kind of tricky for engineers and scientists. They go to a lot of hard work and they want to choose a place that's safe for them to land, but also that's going to be interesting for them to work at and discover. So to land safety means that you can't land in any higher elevations where there's not enough atmosphere to slow you down. And you also want to try to avoid places with very steep slopes and lots of boulders. You want to make sure that whatever your lander is going to be upright when it touches down and isn't going to fall over. You also want to make sure that it doesn't sink into a lot of dust, and that could create some problems. You probably want to choose a place that will be close to the equator where the seasons aren't quite so extreme. And also, if it's using solar power, you want to make sure that it's in a place where it's going to receive plenty of sunlight. And of course, you don't want to send it someplace where it's just not going to be able to drive if it's a rover and it's going to be a mobile vehicle. Most important, you're picking a landing site based on what you hope to discover or what you're interested in finding more about. Sites that are great for studying rock layers. Other sites might be perfect for listening for Mars quakes. So that gives you some ideas of places that you can go. You've got a whole planet to choose from. You just want to make sure that you choose carefully, so the time, the energy, the money that was spent to get your scientific package to another world is able to work when it gets there. That's really cool stuff. Excuse me for just a moment. If I hadn't mentioned it to you before, we do have a great NASA design challenge that's coming up. It'll be coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. That's just a short time from now, about 15 minutes or so. Excuse me. And you're going to be, well, I don't want to give too much away, but I do want to let you know it's going to be pretty exciting. And if you haven't already done so, make sure that you go to our website. Uh, that'll be greatscience.com. And once you're there, make sure you access our events page. And on the events page, if you go to our landing, the information about our landing site, there's a link that you can go to, and it'll give you a list of all the materials that you're going to need for this particular experiment that you can do at home. Control room, if you can, we're going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with you as we continue with our live coverage of the Perseverance lander. Control room, if you can give me that break, folks, I'll be back in just a minute or so. Just yet, but that's okay. There's still plenty to talk about, and I am so happy and excited to so happy and excited to be here with you. Pardon me for just a moment. Again, using my alcohol wipe because we want to stay safe in this time of COVID. There are a lot of great experiments that are on board this rover. One of them is is Sherlock. That's a scanning habitable environments with Raman and luminescence for organics and chemicals. Whew, that's a mouthful. It's got a spectrometer that will provide fine line scale images and uses an ultraviolet laser to map mineralogy and organic compounds. That's so exciting. Sherlock will be the first UV spectrometer to fly to the surface of Mars and will provide all kinds of complementary measurements with other instruments in the payload. It includes a high resolution color camera for microscopic imaging of the Martian surface. That's amazing, just amazing. The other thing that I found really exciting as part of the instrument package is the radar imaging from Mars. It's a subsurface experiment, a ground penetrating radar that will provide centimeter scale resolution of the geologic structure of the subsurface. Now, that's going to be really, really cool. So far on Mars, we've only been able to look at the surface. We do have a spacecraft that's there that's actually penetrating the surface and it's studying those Mars quakes. But this is going to give us a look using that ground penetrating radar of what's underneath the surface, and it will be able to do it at a scale that's just amazing. So I can't wait for Perseverance to get there and begin using some of this equipment. So much that we're going to learn, and I'm speechless. I just can't get over it. It's just neat stuff. Once again, the spacecraft itself was launched back in July and has been traveling for 7 months on the way to Mars, and we're just a few hours away from it actually touching down on the surface of Mars. And boy, we're all on pins and needles here. We are so very, very excited. Now, again, coming up in just about 10 minutes or so, we have a guest presenter that will be joining us, a longtime subject matter expert who is a NASA contractor. He'll be coming and talking to us, guiding us through this hands-on experiment. And I've got most of my materials ready to go, so I'm going to be joining you in trying to come up with a solution for this unique NASA engineering design challenge. It is going to be a lot of fun. Going to be a lot of fun. And again, that's going to be at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We talked a little bit about the Mars helicopter a while ago. That's a unique experiment that's actually going to be carried underneath the Perseverance rover. Once it gets to a fairly decent launch site, Perseverance will roll up. It will lower the helicopter down to the ground, and then it will back away from it, giving it a clear place where it can lift off. We'll start up the engines, and then the vehicle will take to the air. Two cameras on board that Mars helicopter, and it should give us some very unique views. And I'm looking forward to that as well. Again, it weighs about 4 pounds. It's about 4 foot, maybe almost a meter and a half long. It's going to be neat, and again, it's equipped with all kinds of internal sensors, a laser altimeter, the two cameras, one in color, one in black and white. It's going to be amazing. It's designed to operate autonomously, and again, the helicopter will be using solar power to charge its batteries, and will rely on internal heaters to remain at the optimum temperature during the cold Martian nights. It does get cold. Does get cold. By the way, I believe it was Tabitha who wrote in, sent a message in, sent us a tweet, and she was interested in finding out more about the temperature on Mars. Her question was, if Mars is red, how can it be cold? She thought that Mars would be hot because it was red in color, but in reality, Tabitha, Mars is about twice the distance from the sun as the Earth is. So uh, it it it's gonna be a little bit colder. It has a very thin atmosphere, and our atmosphere here on Earth is a lot like a blanket. It helps to even out the temperature all the way around, and that's how we can stay nice and comfortable, even on cold, chilly days in Cleveland like it is today. But it's relatively speaking much warmer. Um, it's certainly much warmer than it is on Mars. You know, at the equator on Mars, on the hottest summer day, your toes would feel fairly warm, around 50 degrees or so. But by the time you got up to your chest, your neck, and even your head, it would feel like wintertime. Again, the atmosphere is so thin, there's not enough of an insulating blanket of air to keep you nice and warm. The heat that's radiating from the sun, well, it's not nearly as warm, and there's no way to really keep it there with you. That's why we need those special electrical systems, electrical generating systems, to help keep the rover warm so it will operate in those cold temperatures there on Mars. Neat stuff. We are just a few minutes away from the start of that exciting NASA challenge. It's going to be a great one, so you don't want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Now, Jezero Crater is the site of the landing for this mission, and again, we told you once before it was chosen because of the way that the crater looked. It looked like it contained water for a long period of time. I mentioned to you that you could see channels where water flowed into the crater, and we even have an outflow channel on the other side of the crater, so you can see where water flowed through the crater and out the other side. Eventually, the water settled there in that space, and then eventually it all dried up, but not before leaving a lot of sediment there, and that's pretty neat. We'll be able to access that. So it looks like we've got just a few more minutes to go before that neat engineering challenge. Make sure you have your supplies with you, and it'll be a lot of fun. Still taking a look at some of the other things that are going on. Looks like you're getting a message to me. Always getting updates about this important mission. Again, Earth and Mars are more than 300 million miles apart, but so far it appears that the vehicle is performing nominally. About 10 minutes before it enters the atmosphere, it's going to shed the cruise stage for the vehicle, and once that's disconnected, then a new radio receiver will have to kick in on the landing aeroshell, and then once the rover sheds the aeroshell, then another radio transceiver will take over. So there's plenty of opportunities for something to go wrong, but we'll see. Looks like a question came in. Folks were asking a little bit more about MOXIE. MOXIE is one of the unique experiments that we'll be testing. Now, the information that I have here in my notes, This is a technology demonstration that will produce oxygen from the Martian atmosphere. And again, the atmosphere on Mars is mostly carbon dioxide. So, if successful, MOXIE's technology could be used by future astronauts on Mars to burn rocket fuel for returning to Earth. Um, and it's going to be really neat, as well as providing oxygen for a crew to supplement what they already have. As I think I might have mentioned earlier, if we can make our own oxygen and our own rocket fuel there, then we don't need to carry all the fuel that we need to leave Earth, travel to Mars, and to go home. Less fuel means less weight, so it doesn't take as much fuel to get us off the ground. Also, if there's more room because we don't have to carry the fuel we need to get home, that's more room for an additional payload. And that means that we can take more experiments, more stuff to the red planet, and that'll be so cool. MOXIE, again, is an acronym. It stands for the Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. MOXIE, MOXIE. And we hope to be able to produce oxygen out of the thin Martian air. That's going to be really cool. Great question that came in. Got folks working on all kinds of places to make sure that we have what it is that we need. Still a few minutes left. If you haven't gathered up all those materials and supplies that you're going to need to do that science experiment, you want to make sure that you go ahead and get a hold of those, and that'll be really cool. So excited about this mission and all that it will be able to do. Again, the mission planners designed this mission to last for 1 Martian year. That's 2 Earth years, and that difference is because Earth and Mars have different orbits around the sun. It takes the Earth 1 full year to complete a circuit around the sun. Now, Mars is twice the distance from the sun that the Earth is, meaning that it's going to take Mars twice as long to get all the way around the sun. So 1 Martian year is equal to 2 Earth years, and this vehicle is designed to last that long. But again, as we talked about earlier, if it's anything like the great engineering that was done on previous rovers, it will last much longer. To give you an example, our last rover that went to Mars landed 9 years ago. That was a Curiosity rover. And by the way, Curiosity is still operating on Mars. Just like this rover, it was only designed to operate for a period of 2 Earth years. But at the end of its primary mission, it was still going strong. And so the mission has been extended and continues to this very day. Curiosity made an enormous number of discoveries, and we expect nothing less from Perseverance. And Perseverance has new equipment, more sophisticated equipment that can tell us more about the story of Mars. I can't wait. It's going to be so exciting. Other questions are coming in for us, and we're trying to keep up with them. Want to say hi to Al and to Matt. Swati, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, has joined us as well, and that's pretty exciting. Having somebody here that's joining us from the Virgin Islands. How exciting is that? Absolutely love it. We'll be able to look at Mars from the air. We'll be able to penetrate using ground penetrating radar to be able to look underneath. New experiments that are there, ways to look for organics, to study the geology of Mars, all in new ways with new and exciting equipment. Plus, we're demonstrating some great technology that's going to allow the vehicle, the spacecraft, to touch down on Mars much closer to our target landing site than ever before. And again, these are all new technologies that are being tested and utilized for the very first time. It's going to be so very, very exciting. And we're so glad that you were able to join us as we bring you continuing coverage of the upcoming Mars Perseverance landing. Our friends at the NASA Glenn Research Center, big sponsors here at the Great Lakes Science Center, have joined us as well. So as you have questions and you enter those questions you post your questions. In addition to myself, we have subject matter experts at NASA Glenn who are responding to some of those questions as well. Deborah McCory, hey, we're glad that you're with us, and keep on answering some of those questions for us. Hi, Raphael. Raphael is joining us as well. Raphael joining us from upstate New York. Glad to have you with us, tuning into our broadcast today. So between the Mars helicopter, Moxie, that's also one of the unique science instruments. In fact, there's 7 instruments that are truly amazing that are all part of this mission. We talked about Mastcam Z, one of those 7 instruments that will help us to conduct some unprecedented science and research, in addition to testing some of the new technology that we talked about before. It's truly going to be amazing. Well, it looks like it's that time, and I can't wait to begin this unique NASA Design Challenge. It is a free activity, and here to introduce that activity and to guide us through it is a good friend of mine, Roger Storm. He's a STEM educator with Paragon Tech, supporting NASA Glenn's Office of STEM Engagement. He'll be facilitating the activity. Roger, good to see you. Are you ready?
John Dar, it's good to see you, and we are ready
I
to
am
go
too.
here at
I've got all
NASA.
my equipment. I'm ready to do this experiment. It's all yours, sir.
Super, super. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Roger Storm, and I am at the NASA Glenn Research Center here in Cleveland, Ohio. And we are set today to do an engineering design challenge. We're going to involve you in designing a drag device to slow things down. And that's going to be very important in landing today. Just a little over 2 hours for our Perseverance rover. So it's great to have you. I hope you've gathered your supplies to participate in the challenge. If not, you can go to greatscience.com events, and they have a list there. You can can't get ready today. You can do this another day or later today, but it's a great thing to try and do. You're going to become an engineer. One of the things that's exciting for me about this is that I'm talking to some people who could be the first people on Mars. We are taking kind of baby steps still. It's not a baby thing that we're doing. It's an exciting thing that we're doing. But we're progressing so we can get some people actually go to Mars. And those people today are probably in the 4th or 5th grade. So it could be you that would be the first Martian. That's pretty neat. Well, I have some friends with me today from the Lakewood City Schools, and they're going to be participating in making, in doing this design challenge. So they've got their supplies ready. We're going to do a little background information. I'm going to share my screen with everybody today and talk a little bit about what's going to be involved in this great endeavor. So let's go to screen number 1, and we will share. Let's see. Oh dear, what happened? There we go. Okay. So we're going to talk about landing Perseverance on Mars. It's exciting for NASA to be here today, particularly with our partners, the Great Lakes Science Center, who host our visitor center. They have an Apollo capsule and so many neat things. If you ever get a chance to go there, boy, don't pass it up. This is our 80th anniversary here at the Glenn Research Center. We broke ground for the Research Center, which is next to the airport here in Cleveland, 80 years ago. And it was created as a center to study engines in aircraft, to make engines better, and fuels. And we still do that today. We have about 3,000 people, over 3,000 people that work out there at the Research Center. And it is an amazing place to be. There are wind tunnels, 4 big wind tunnels there. We do research on, like I say, on engines, on fuels, on microgravity, on materials, things that make things fly better, on solar energy, on radioactive isotope energies. If you were with us earlier, you heard is what's powering Perseverance. what's going to power Perseverance on Mars. So we are pushing boundaries and breaking barriers. And even it's kind of neat that this logo that we use for NASA was designed by a NASA Glenn engineer. Okay, we became part of NASA itself. We were originally part of what's something called NACA, the National Advisory Council on Aeronautics. And in 1958, when President Eisenhower organized NASA, we became part of that organization. There are 10 NASA centers around the country, and we are proud to be part of that family. So let's get into a little bit of information here. I'm going to ask my friends at Lakewood. We had a race. Who do you think is going to win the race? If you think it's the guy on the left, raise your hand. I don't see any hands. What about the person on the right? Think they're going to win? Oh, no hands for that. So why do you think the person on the left is going to win? Okay, well, it looks like they're running through different fluids. The person on the left is running through a fluid we call air, and the person on the right is running through a fluid of water. And anytime you move through a fluid, you get some resistance. And in this case, the resistance, we call it drag. So the fluid resists you moving through it. The thicker the fluid, okay, the more resistance you're going to have. Also, the faster you move, the greater the drag. So drag is a force we have to account for when we go through the air with airplanes and aircraft. So drag always kind of pulls us back, okay, as we kind of go through. So to minimize drag, if you look at aircraft or you look at fish or anything that moves through a fluid, to get through easier, they have pointy noses and pointy tails. And that helps to minimize the drag. So the shape of an object influences how much drag it encounters. When we landed the space shuttle, when we were flying the space shuttle, we wanted to take advantage of drag. We wanted to use the drag to slow us down. So this spacecraft that we commonly call a space shuttle is a very, very blunt nose, not a pointy nose, a very square back end, not a pointy back end. So it created a lot of drag. And so when we landed, coming in from space at 25,000 miles an hour, it used the drag of the air to slow down. You can also see we used a parachute. It came out on landing to help slow the aircraft down even more. So drag is really an important concept for what we're talking about today and for the challenge we're going to be doing today. Okay, so in a few hours, Perseverance is going to arrive at the edge of the Martian atmosphere. It's going to be going 12,500 miles an hour. You know, to take off, to leave the Earth, it's hard to do. You can imagine going and taking a cement block and trying to throw it up on the roof of your house. Well, gravity is going to have a lot to say about that not being very successful. Can you imagine trying to get a 2,000-pound rover off the Earth and what kind of energy that takes? We use rockets to do that. Rockets have a lot of energy available. They carry a lot of fuel. About 90% of the weight of a rocket is just made up of just the fuel. And it gets us going very, very fast. To leave the Earth, we've got to get going 25,000 miles an hour. So back on July 30th, okay, of 2020, we launched this spacecraft on an Atlas V rocket. And it got it headed towards Mars at 25,000 miles an hour. Now, some people think that to get all the way to Mars is going to take a lot of fuel. It's a long way away. We launched when Earth is closest. Okay, that happens about every 26 months because we have different orbital speeds, and so sometimes Mars is far away from us, sometimes Mars is closer to us. We'll launch when it's close. Okay, when it's not so long a trip. In doing that, okay, launched the rocket, took a lot of energy, got it going 25,000 miles an hour, and the rocket was out of fuel in about 10 minutes. But there's no fluid out in space. Space is a vacuum. So there's no drag. So this spacecraft coasted all the way. It's been coasting for the last 7 months on its way to Mars through space. Now, it's going to encounter some atmosphere at Mars. Okay, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem, but we're going to take advantage of that problem as well. Let's talk about Martian atmosphere for just a minute, okay? If I take a quantity of Earth air, okay, I've got my air here, and let's say there's 1,000 molecules of gas in here, mostly nitrogen, some oxygen, some carbon dioxide, some water vapor, But if, let's say there's 1,000 molecules, actually there's billions, but we're going to say we've got 1,000 molecules in here. If I take that same quantity of Martian atmosphere, how many molecules do you think it would be? More than 1,000? About 1,000? Less than 1,000? Turns out the answer is 6. So for every 1,000 air molecules around Earth, there are 6 gas molecules, mostly carbon dioxide, at Mars. So when we say a very thin atmosphere, that's what we're talking about at Mars, a very, very thin atmosphere, but still an atmosphere. So in Perseverance, okay, arrives at the edge of that atmosphere, it's going to start hitting these molecules. Even though there's not a whole lot of them, it does cause some drag. In fact, we hit them going so fast, 12,500 miles an hour, we set up shock waves, and the shock waves create heat. And this capsule, you can see, starts to heat up, and it gets very, very, very hot. Okay. Now we've got to take some precautions. If we don't, our capsule will burn up. So we have a heat shield under the bottom of the capsule, made of very special material that can withstand, okay, these high temperatures. We can't land safely at 12,500 miles an hour. We've got to slow down. So the shape, okay, is important. We've got a very blunt shape on our capsule that contains the rover. Okay, and this is going to create a lot of drag, which is what we want to do, because we're trying to slow down to get down to 0 miles an hour so we can land. Well, getting into the atmosphere and moving through it, it's going to take us down to about 940 miles an hour. If we hit the surface at 940 miles an hour, mission over. Way too fast. So now we've got to do something different. And this is going to be involved in our challenge today. We need to slow it down farther, like I say, to 0 or near 0. So we're going to talk about making a drag device today. So our challenge is going to involve what happens next in this whole EDL, which NASA calls entry, descent, and landing in the atmosphere. And so we're going to put out a parachute. Going to be about 7 miles above the surface. And we put out this 70-foot diameter parachute. It's special parachute. It's supersonic. If you were with us earlier, you saw Lance Foster talk about how we tested this out at NASA. Okay. This is going to slow us down, but only to about 200 miles an hour. So we can't land on just the parachute. We do that here on Earth because we've got denser air around us, but that thin air is not going to slow us down to 0. Okay, and if we hit the surface going 200 miles an hour, that's going to be trouble. So we got to do something else. And so at about 6,000 feet, what we do is cut the parachute loose and eject the heat shield. We don't need that. And now we have a device called a descent vehicle, commonly called a sky crane. But underneath, you can see, underneath the bottom here, there's the rover tucked up underneath. The wheels are all folded up. Okay, and we fire descent rockets. They fire in reverse to slow us down. So these are pushing now against the gravity. Mars has gravity, not as much as Earth, but it has gravity. So we've got to push against that, slow down to about 1 mile an hour. And then when we get that slow, okay, we don't want to land directly because Mars, we saw the rover would be underneath the sky crane. So what happens is we lower it down to the surface on some cables, about 60 feet of cable. And in that lowering process, the wheels come out, the rover unfolds, and when it touches the surface, some bolts fire off and break the cables, and the sky crane flies off. Okay, it crashes somewhere safely out of the way, and now we are sitting on the surface of Mars. After 7 minutes, okay, we are on the surface. On the surface, we're ready to start exploring the Jezero Crater, which we think is a good place to land, and we think it's a great place to explore because we know there was a lot of water there, and it's left a lot of clues about what's like on Mars and what Mars's past was like. And we're going to look for life on Mars. We're going to do experiments about changing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and demonstrate it making oxygen, which we'll need when we go to Mars. We've got over 20 cameras on this rover. It's got a little helicopter underneath that's going to fly around Mars. We do a lot of neat things when we get to the surface, but we've got to be able to stop. And if we can't stop, Okay, we're not going to do any science. This is a picture of Chrissy Barcy, who helped test the parachutes in our supersonic wind tunnel. You can see these are models. We always test models before we test real things. It would be hard to test a 70-foot parachute in a low-density environment of Mars here on Earth, so we test models. We verify computer codes that we designed to go with these parachutes. So this is some of the work we did here. We did things about radioactive isotope generators that are powering this rover here at Glenn. It's been a neat thing to have this all come together. Well, speaking of testing, drag devices and parachutes, we have a challenge for you to do today. And the challenge for you to do today is to make a drag device. Okay, so you decide, number one, design and conduct a drag device that will slow down its cargo. And I hope you made the cargo today when it's dropped from a consistent height. The drag device must connect to the cargo, either a couple nickels or 4 pennies. Some of you I know have washers that are hooked together to be our stand-in for our capsule and our rover coming down. You have to drop this from a minimum height of 6 feet. Okay, and it's got to maintain its integrity. It can't come apart. Okay, it's got to stay there through the drop and the landing. And you're going to need to time this. Okay, you're going to need to be safe. That's real important. If you joined us earlier, you heard our engineers, Lauren Clayman, talk about safety, how important that is. So if you have some stairs, you drop them over the railing or a balcony you can drop them from. But if you need to, you can use a step ladder or a stable chair or a step stool. If you're using a chair, be safe. Have mom or dad give you help to help drop the device. But always try and drop it from the same height and time it. Okay? That's so we can compare information, compare our data. Speaking of data, we always record that. So you need to write down how much time it took for each drop for your design, the time to fall, and the object, okay, is to fall as slowly as possible. The slower you go, the softer you're going to land, and the more chance you have of your cargo staying intact. So you've got I'm going to go back. So we've got for each design, you want to time the fall it takes and make any comments that happen during that test. I want to point out that since you're being an engineer and engineering design process, sometimes things don't always go as you plan. The first time we tried a supersonic parachute in a wind tunnel, it ripped to shreds. So we go back to the drawing board, as they say, and you try and figure out and make a better design. So it should have some place in your data table. We're going to try and do a couple designs today of your drag device. So we have these for testing. Do a minimum of 3 test drops, okay, all from the same height. Record how many seconds it took to drop. So time how long it takes for the cargo to reach the ground or touch the ground. Record all this in your data table. This could just be a sheet of paper, okay? You don't have to have fancy lines, etc., but we have to make sure we always record our data. Okay. Then, once we do that, we want you to think of some ways you can improve your design and construct and test your new ideas. And I think we'll have enough time today for you to do that and test some more drops, okay? Again, a minimum of 3 drops, all from the same height for each design. You've gathered your materials, I'm sure. You have some way to time. You have your cargo made. You have a ruler or a tape measure, release and string and tape. Plus, we gave you a list of additional materials that you can have available for you to use at this time. So any of these things that are on this list, fine to use. Again, any other materials that an adult might approve is good. So we are not specifying what you have to do here. We are specifying the constraints of it's got to fall 6 feet. Okay, it's got to stay intact, and it's got to be made of any of these things that you think are going to work to make a good drag device. Cargo was ahead of time, so we can skip over this real quick. Everybody has the cargo made up. Just to give you some ideas, some of the things we do at NASA or do here on Earth, we have some drag designs like these, parachutes. Round parachutes are quite common. On the left is what's called a ram air parachute. You'll see these with skydivers using these. Okay, so these are some possibilities that create drag moving through the air. You see different numbers of parachutes. Perseverance can have one parachute. One parachute is easier to design, less complicated, and it's tested over and over and over and over again, so we're pretty sure it's going to work. Some other things we're thinking about, NASA's looked at inflatable drag devices. So instead of a parachute, you get to your location, wherever you're going to try and land, and things inflate to create more drag as you move through the fluid, the air, the atmosphere of the place you're trying to land. We've created some drag shields. These are also inflatable. So this is a little different. Instead of hanging above you, you're kind of inside this. So these are other kinds of designs we've looked at and are currently testing. So that should give you some ideas of some things you can do. Okay, so now I would like you to get together and work on your design. I'd like you to test it. I'd like you to collect data. And then we're going to come back in 15 minutes. We have a time constraint here, just like we have a constraint to launch every 26 months from the Earth. You have a time constraint to construct your device, okay, in 15 minutes. And we'll be timing here. I'll be reminding you. And since you've got all your materials together, this should work pretty great. So design your drag device, whatever you want to slow things down as it comes down, and then time those. And then we'll come back together and we'll take a look at some of your design ideas and some things you've done. And then we'll say, let's go back and we're going to redesign and retest. So, so at this time, okay, it's time to become the construction engineers, make your designs, and we'll come back and see how you did. And again, if you're working at home, you're watching us on YouTube Live, this is a time for you to construct as well. And we're going to have you share some of your designs with us on social media. So we look forward to that as well. And there's a chat. We're going to answer some things in the chat. Someone asked about what elements make up the atmosphere. Well, for Earth, it's mostly nitrogen, about 78%, about 21% oxygen, about 1% carbon dioxide, water vapor, and some other gases like argon and krypton. Okay. So we want to see what you're making as you go along. So if you could kind of hold up the cameras, I can see some classes that are working. I'm looking over here at pictures of people who have joined us. Oh, about the Mars atmosphere. Mars atmosphere, let's see, we can answer that question. The Mars atmosphere is carbon dioxide, about 98%. There's a little bit of oxygen, not enough that we could breathe. Mostly carbon dioxide. Okay, about 5 minutes have passed, so we have another 10 minutes to finish your design and see if you can test it. Okay, we're in about 10 minutes right now, and I see a lot of construction going on. So let's extend our construction time another 5 minutes. So we will um, give you another 5 minutes for construction, and maybe we can get some testing done, okay? Okay, we're in about 15 minutes at this current time. I do see some tests going on, so some of you are making some good progress. In about 5 minutes, we're going to look at some designs that you've made. So if you can test, we'd really like to have you do it. Okay, everybody, we're at 20 minutes now, And I have seen some testing going on, so we're going to come back, and if we could see a montage in the control room of all the people who are connected here. Super. Some great ideas I've seen. Can we have, is there anybody that is at home? We have some at-home students who would like to show us their design. Turn your mic on. We can unmute your mic. If you don't unmute your mic, and show us your design and tell us how you thought it worked. Anybody like to volunteer to do that? So I'm not seeing any volunteers. I'm going to ask that all 6 of you who are working at home hold up your design to the camera. Let's see what you've got. Okay. Wow. Okay. And people at home, those 6 of you at home, raise your hand if you think you've got a drag device. Raise your hand if you think you got yours to slow down a little bit as it fell towards the floor. Okay. Got some ideas that seem to have worked. Okay. Let's go to the classrooms. And wow, there's a complex design with lots of balloons and tissue paper. Tell me about that design. Did it work?
Yes. Does it work, Alex? He's asking you. He's talking to you. We don't know.
Alex, you haven't tested it yet?
No.
No. Okay. While we're talking, you guys can continue to work on your designs. While we're looking at some of these here, Alex is going to go test. Have we got somebody in that same classroom who has tested? Wants to share their design out?
Jax, come on up. Let's go, Jax. Over.
Oh, Jax, over there.
Oh, come on up. Come on up. All right.
Basically, a lot of plastic bags.
A lot of plastic bags, okay, and a paper plate. And where's your cargo at? Show us your cargo. Hold it up.
It's right here.
Oh, it's right on the bottom of that. Oh, all right, excellent. That's very much like Perseverance, like right underneath the Skycopter.
Jax. It's on your phone. Oh my God.
So we're going to see a drop here. Looks like we're going to see a drop with the balloon.
That didn't work very well. He's going back to the drawing board.
Well, everybody's going to go back to the drawing board, I think. But it worked better than just dropping the cargo all by itself, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's go to the other classroom, the ones with the yellow chairs. If we could switch over to that classroom and somebody come up and share their design out. I've been intrigued about this one. I've been watching it being built. So we can unmute your mic and tell us about this one. Okay, we're not hearing you.
There, go for it. I built a gigantic parachute with a central structure in the middle to hold the rover.
Excellent, excellent. And where's your cargo at? Where's it located? In the center. All right, so that's a cool device. Did that rotate as it dropped? Okay, what do you think you might need to do to make it rotate as it drops? Get it to spin, okay. We spin our spacecraft. Perseverance spacecraft spins at about 2 revolutions a minute, just so it heats up evenly as it goes out in space, and the sun doesn't just heat one side. So maybe if you look at a fan, get some ideas from a fan about how the blades on a fan, are they flat or are they tilted a little bit? Give that some thought, okay, about blades on a fan. Maybe that'll help you when you redesign how it works. Is anybody else in this classroom got something they've dropped? Has anybody tested? If not, could somebody come up that they think they have kind of a unique design? Would you want to bring that up to the camera so we could see some interesting designs that have come out? You've noticed so far, and I've noticed so far, that not everybody did exactly the same thing, did they? We've got a lot of variety in what you've tried to do, which is good. Okay. So here comes somebody up here. Gonna unmute the mic and tell us what's unique about your design.
I have a balloon and then 2 coffee filters. Yeah. It's really just held together by tape and paper clips.
Okay. And where's your
Yeah.
cargo? Where's your cargo?
It's right here, right by the balloon. Right there.
Okay, so share with everybody why you chose those materials. What do you think they're going to do for you?
Really, I just thought that they'd create a good drag.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because they're not dense.
Not very dense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
We have somebody else come up.
More.
Cora, do yours. There's a storage bunky over
I see back there one with green and red balloons. You want to bring that one up? That looks complicated.
Come on down.
No, I refuse that.
It looks so good. Let's go. Let's go, Laura. You got it. Bring it on down. Show yourself.
I mean, there, but I appreciate the compliments, but nothing like
Maybe not. Joel, more. Sam, do you want to go here?
Oh yeah, we've got a really great design over here.
Sam, come on down.
So broken.
That's all right.
Okay.
It's the first draft.
It kind of looks like
I made I have like a big crash pad
Lower it
under.
a little bit.
Okay.
I have like a big crash pad, and I have my thing holding by paper clip.
Up in the top. So
Drops pretty slow.
that's good. That's good. You know, always compare to how it dropped without anything. You know, if you just dropped it straight up. So you've caught a lot of air, got a lot of drag in that one. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
So we do that to some extent. Have collapsible parts. Your car, you know, to survive a crash, has collapsible parts on the front of your cars at home. So we've got about 10 minutes left, and I wanted to make some comments. So if we could go back to everybody, back at the control room, and we can show everybody again. How many of you would could think of a way to improve your design? Raise your hand if you think of a way maybe to improve your design, something you want to try differently than what you have right now. Okay. As engineers, okay, and doing this design challenge, I want to share with you our first 3 rovers that we put on Mars. We put, if we're successful today, that'll be 5. The first 3 did not have a sky crane and lowering them on cables. They actually landed inside a bunch of balloons. So they came down with a heat shield, then they had a parachute, and then they dropped inside these balloons. They're about 17 inches, I think, in diameter, and they bounced. And that's how they got rid of the last bit of energy. Perseverance and curiosity before are too heavy to land this way, but spirit and opportunity were able to land inside these balloons. In fact, if you go to the Great Lakes Science Center, they have some of NASA's balloons that we use successfully to land those rovers. So you've got an idea, most of you have an idea that NASA tried as well and worked for some payloads. If we could come back there to everybody, okay, and we can see some more testing going on. Some of the things you may have found are what if you use 30 balloons? What do you think would happen if you tried 30 balloons on your lander? Is that's to be a more complicated design? And it might be kind of heavy. Remember, we got to launch this off the Earth and get it all the way to Mars. So that's one of the things engineers will think about, okay? It's about how heavy it might be, how complex it might be. Somebody came up saying, oh, that was a good drop. I just saw that one go off the ladder. How complex it is to deploy. The more complicated it is, the less chance of success. You might have something go wrong. Simpler designs work better a lot of the times. Some of you had some very good ideas with coffee filters, with plastic bags. Grocery bags work well because they trap air, create drag, and they're lightweight. So we've done one other thing that I wanted to compliment everybody on as I watched, you know, maybe tried this at home. A lot of people tried their designs at their desk. They didn't go up to the ladder. So how many of you tried just dropping it where you were sitting? Let me see how many of you actually did try that, just to see how it's going to work. I see lots of hands. I watched you do it. And that's kind of cool because that's sort of what NASA does in our wind tunnel. Before we, you know, do a big, huge one, let's try it and see if it's going to work. Give us a little idea of whether it's going to be successful or not before we climb the ladder, okay, and drop it from there. And that's a good engineering practice, okay? Does anybody have some questions that they would want to ask before we end our session today? We have about 7 minutes to go. Let's see if we have anybody wants to come up to the mic or unmute their mic. Raise your hand if you'd like to unmute your mic and ask a question. We'll give you some time for that. Everybody's continuing to work. Here goes a drop from the ladder.
We've got a question here. You want to go ahead?
Sure.
Do you think other life forms could exist?
That's one of the big things that Perseverance is going to look at. And the interesting answer is that for life forms to exist as we know them, okay, they need water. That's the primary thing, okay, is water. Not everything on the Earth uses oxygen. There are extremophiles that live by volcanic vents in the bottom of the ocean that metabolize based on sulfur and not oxygen. But things have to have water. So we know there was water on Mars. We see the evidence of it. And so Perseverance is going to look more deeply at that. We've got new instruments on there to try and give us an idea of what conditions were, and then we might say something about life. On Mars today, it'd have to be some tough organism, you know, to survive on Mars today. Mars gets a lot of radiation. Mars gets a lot of solar wind hits it, and Mars gets some very extreme temperatures, some super cold temperatures. Our coldest temperature ever on Earth is about minus 126 degrees. And on Mars, you get down to minus 240 degrees, 250, 260 degrees, some very super cold temperatures. Although you might have a warm day, and it might be up to 50 degrees, but that's only going to be, as John Dard said much earlier, that's only going to be right near the surface. So your feet might be warm, but your head's going to be pretty cold because that thin atmosphere again. Another question, got a hand up here from somebody at home.
I don't know if you've already asked this, but do you know when the rover will be launched?
When it's going to land?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to land at about 3:20, I think. So you want to join the feed, and there's lots of places you can look at. You can stay with the Great Lakes Science Center. John Dar is going to talk us through that. You can join NASA on NASA TV and be there for it. But you won't know if it's when it lands. You'll know about 12 minutes later. It's like if I told you guys to take your experiment and climb up on the ladder and close your eyes, okay, and drop it, and then 12 minutes later we told you whether it was successful or not. You just had to stay there on top of the ladder with your eyes closed for 12 minutes. And that's what's going to happen with our landing today, okay? We won't know because Mars is so far away, even at the speed of light, which is how fast signals go. It's going to take it 12 minutes before we get it back to the Earth so we know what happened. Okay. It's a great question. So it's still outside the atmosphere right now. It gets close to Mars, but it still hasn't entered the atmosphere yet. Got a little over an hour to go. Any more questions? Well, I see you continuing to work, which is great. Okay. And feel free to do that. Engineers always try to improve things. I see some of you looked at other people's ideas, and that's good. One of the things that doesn't happen at NASA is that people generally don't work alone. Okay, they work in groups. So you guys who are at home had a disadvantage today. Okay, you were kind of on your own, and you couldn't see what other people were doing or exchange ideas. But like I said, like we say now at NASA, people work in groups and exchange ideas all the time. You can see how some people thought of different things today to make things work. Well, listen, we're going to have to go out. So if you want to share my screen again back at Mission Control, if you people, you guys have been at home today, we have. We'd like you to share. Take a picture of what you did and share it out so we can see it on Twitter, GL Science Center, on Facebook, at Great Lakes Science Center, or on Instagram at Great Lakes Science Center. And don't forget our hashtag countdown to Mars. So we would like to have you sip those out, and we'll repost them. We'll share your ideas with other people and show them what a great job you did today at making a drag device. And you can continue to work on that. Also, we would like to try some more NASA activities. And if you have your smartphone, hold it up to the screen. Take a picture of our QR code today, and you can learn more about some NASA Glenn educational opportunities that you can do to learn more about space and about the kinds of things that NASA does. Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining with us today. It's been great. I love the creativity. I loved how you had so many neat ideas. And remember what I told you at the beginning, okay, that we know that the first Martian may be today in the 6th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 7th grade, somewhere in there. I'm too old to ever go to Mars, but you guys could be the very first Martians, and that would be really cool. So I'm going to sign off. I'm Roger Storm at NASA Glenn, and thanks for joining with us today with NASA Glenn and the Great Lakes Science Center. And don't forget to tune in. Okay, John Dar is going to come back and give you some more information about that, I'm sure. But don't forget to tune in and watch what happens when we finally get to, wow, a little over an hour from now, landing on Mars. Bye, everybody.
Roger Storm, one of the coolest guys that I know, coming up with a great hands-on activity that you can do at home. I hope that you've had a great time doing that experiment, and we can't wait to see some of your solutions to this NASA Engineering Design Challenge. Thanks, Roger, and thanks to all of you for doing such a great job. So impressed with what we've seen so far, and I know that many of you are continuing to work on those projects, and I can't wait to see how you modify your design and make it even better. That's one of the things that engineers, just like you, do every day. They come up with an idea, they test it out, they try to improve it, they see if they can make it better, they test it again, and then they make even further improvements. So make sure that you take those before and after pictures so we can see your initial design and see how you've made your design better. So very, very cool. Roger was talking a few minutes ago about the live coverage coming from NASA. I'm obliged to share that web address with you. That'll be www.nasa.gov/NASA Live, and you'll be able to follow along. We'll also be carrying that coverage live here as well. So for those of you that want to slip away, you're welcome to do that. But for the rest of you that will be sticking with us, we'll continue to monitor what happens on that channel, and we will bring you that video for when anytime anything significant comes up. So it's going to be a great day. We've still got plenty of time, about an hour or so before the scheduled touchdown of the rover. And remember, Earth and Mars are about 300 million miles apart. It'll take about 14 minutes for that signal to get from the lander on the surface of Mars all the way back here to folks on Earth. And remember, those radio waves are traveling at the speed of light, so that really gives you an idea of just how far away Mars is from the Earth right now. So we'll have word a little bit later on today, and I am so excited. I know that you are too. We've seen all your responses in the chat. we know that you guys are with us and looking forward to it. So again, thanks to Roger for that great hands-on activity. We're so excited about that and being able to share that and bring that to all of you on behalf of the NASA Glenn Research Center and those of us here at the Great Lakes Science Center. You know, landing on Mars is hard. Only about 40% of the missions ever sent to Mars by any space agency have been successful. There are 100, I stand corrected, there are hundreds of things that have to go just right in order to successfully land on Mars. And Perseverance has got to get through all of them. All it takes is one thing to go wrong, and that could scrub the whole mission. So we've got our fingers crossed. We're biting our nails. We're waiting anxiously to see what's going to happen. Still with those of you out there, and it looks like we've got some folks that are joining in as well. Again, we are broadcasting live from the Great Lakes Science Center as we await word on the Perseverance rover. A little bit later on today, we'll have lead scientist Ken Farley join us to narrate an animated flyover of the Martian surface, explaining why Jezero Crater is the ideal place for us to land. He can do a much better job at it than I can. Looking forward to that. And then shortly before the scheduled landing time, we'll hear from three of the engineers and scientists who are involved with the landing system for this vehicle, and they'll explain step by step what's going to happen with regards to the rover during the entry, descent, and landing on the surface of Mars. You don't want to miss that. That'll be coming up here in just a few minutes. And of course, we'll be here to answer some of your questions, any of the questions that you have that come in. We're anxious to do that. You can contact us via our social media or right here on our YouTube channel. Perseverance is going to touch down on Mars. This is our countdown to the touchdown. So for those of you that are just joining us, reminding you about the key objectives for this mission, we're going to explore an amazing landing site that is geologically diverse. We'll assess whether or not ancient Mars was habitable. We'll seek for signs of that ancient life using this robot, and we'll gather rock and soil samples for a possible return to Earth by a future mission, and we'll demonstrate some amazing technology that is being test flown on this spacecraft. And if it goes well, some of this technology will end up on crew-rated craft that'll be carrying the first astronauts to the surface of Mars in the future. Again, the vehicle was launched last July 30th. It took off from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, located there in Florida, and it was launched towards Mars. It's been in a cruise phase since then. It hasn't entered the atmosphere, so it's still cruising towards Mars. Very shortly, though, it will begin the sequence of events that are necessary for it to land. That will include shedding the cruise phase for the mission, and then as it enters the atmosphere, using its heat shield, that aero-braking shield, to help slow it down for a possible landing on the surface. Again, our landing site is Jezero Crater, a very interesting place, very diverse place. It was a place that was selected out of several sites, several finalists across the surface of Mars. We think that this is a location that will be perfect for us to land on and to gather samples that will one day be returned to Earth. So we're excited about that. And of course, the robot is designed to operate for 2 years there on the surface of Mars. That's 2 Earth years. Again, that will be 1 Martian year. Again, it takes Mars twice as long to orbit the sun as the Earth does. Seven scientific instruments that are part of the payload for the rover. From RIMFAX, the radar imager from Mars Subsurface Experiment. That was a ground-penetrating radar that we talked about a short while ago. It will actually be able to give us a look at what's underneath the surface of Mars, right down to a millimeter level. And that's going to be very exciting for us to learn about the substructure of Mars. Mars also has the rover also has a fantastic weather station that it's carrying aboard with it. A set of unique sensors that will provide measurements of temperature, wind speed and direction, atmospheric pressure, relative humidity. It'll even let us know about the dust particle size and shape. And that'll be very exciting too. That's the Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer, also known as MEDA. Another scientific instrument is MOXIE. That's the Mars Oxygen in Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. This technology will be demonstrated that will produce oxygen from the Martian atmosphere. Again, that's going to be very exciting as we prepare to send human crews to Mars one day. If this system works well, a larger system will be employed that will actually allow us to generate oxygen for those future crews on Mars. Sherlock is another one of the great tools that is on board, one of the great scientific instruments. It'll be using a fine-scaled imaging ultraviolet laser to map mineralogy and organic compounds. Sherlock will be the first UV spectrometer to fly to the surface of Mars, and it will provide complementary measurements to some of the other instruments that are included with this payload. Again, that's Sherlock. Pixel is another instrument on board. That's a planetary instrument for X-ray lithochemistry. It carries an X-ray fluorescence spectrometer and high-resolution imager that will be used to map the fine-scale element composition on the Martian surface. Pixel will provide capabilities that will permit more detailed detection and analysis of the chemical elements, much more than ever before. That's an exciting piece of equipment on board. SuperCam, that's the instrument that we talked about a little while ago that can provide imaging and chemical composition analysis, as well as mineralogy at a distance. And that will be something that will be extraordinary as well. And we talked about Mastercam. The Mastcam Z is an advanced camera system with panoramic and stereographic imaging capabilities, and it has the ability to zoom in to give us a closer look. So again, those are all exciting things that will improve rover operations. That's just amazing for this particular piece of equipment. So again, we are still following the progress of the vehicle as it continues with its approach to Mars. Ultimately, it's landing on the surface. Again, a huge distance between Earth and Mars, so it does take time for those signals to reach us. But as soon as we have them, we'll share that information with you, and that will be very, very exciting as well. Mars helicopter is included with this payload package, and for the first time, we'll have an aerial drone that will be able to fly across the surface of another world, giving us aerial views of the Martian surface, allowing us to see it from a different vantage point. Again, we're testing this new technology, and I got to tell you that I am absolutely excited about this. The name of the helicopter is Ingenuity. And that's exactly what it is. The engineers have developed an ingenious device, robotic vehicle that will be able to explore Mars from the air. You know, the air on Mars is very, very thin. So coming up with a vehicle that can do powered flight in that thin air is just amazing. And it will help to inform us decisions relating to considering other small vehicles for future Mars missions. and they could perform some type of supporting role to the other vehicles as well. These are robotic scouts that can survey terrain. They can analyze potential landing sites, all of that from above, and that's just amazing. Again, this particular project is demonstrating some new technology, and it wasn't originally designed to support the Mars mission, but it's some technology that's being demonstrated, and if it goes well, then we could see this on future missions. A few questions that are coming in. Let's take a look at our social media and see who's got a question for us. Let's see. Here's a question. This is a question from Jerome. Hi, Jerome. Thanks for joining us. Jerome wants to know, what does it take to get a spacecraft to Mars? Oh, that's a really good question. It takes careful planning, and that's just part of it. You know, again, Earth and Mars are in different orbits. They travel at different speeds around the sun. So careful planning of exactly when to launch our spacecraft in order to get it to Mars is very important. Also, we have to consider the size of the spacecraft. Depending on what we want to launch towards Mars, it might require a larger rocket. You know, Perseverance is one of the largest things that we've ever sent to Mars, and we needed an Atlas V rocket, one of our strongest rockets, to carry such a heavy payload through interplanetary space. So that's one of the things that we have to consider when we're getting ready to send a spacecraft to Mars. What is it that we want to do? Now, one of the other things that you'll want to consider, Jerome, is what do you want to do when you get there? That'll help determine what type of chassis or basic frame you're going to need for the robot. Will it be a stationary robot? Will it be a mobile robot that will drive around? Those are questions to ask as you help to plan and prepare for a potential mission. If you haven't already done so, folks, why don't you do this as an experiment? It's something to think about. Why don't you plan your own robotic mission to Mars and tell us a little bit about the mission that you have planned? You can also draw pictures and post those pictures on social media, showing us what your mission vehicle will look like. And don't forget to tell us what it's going to do once it gets to Mars. So that's part of your tasking now. Design your own mission to Mars. Thanks for that great question, Jerome. That was fantastic. Looking to see if there are any others. Here's a good one. How do rovers drive on the surface of Mars? Very skillfully. Again, Earth and Mars are very far apart. It takes time to send those radio signals back and forth. So typically it's not a remote control like you might be used to with a toy car or even a radio controlled airplane. This takes careful planning. Your robot has to do a lot of work on its own. So that rover will have to have very sensitive instruments and excellent programming. You might know where you want the robot to go, and you'll send a command for it to go there. But as in the case with Perseverance, it'll have to figure out on its own how to get from point A to point B, how to get from where it is to where you want it to go. So some of the sensors, some of the equipment that's on board that are used for navigation are designed to be operated just that way. Once it gets there, then you can do all kinds of thoughts and experiments, but it's really going to be up to the rover and the rover's artificial intelligence to tell it how to get to where you want it to go. Great question. Again, how do rovers drive on Mars? Checking to see if we have any other questions that are here. Some of these we've already answered. How long is a year on Mars? I think we've talked about that a couple of times now. Again, Mars is twice the distance from the sun that the Earth is. So it's going to take it twice as long to go around the sun as Earth does. So a year on Mars is actually 2 Earth years. For planets that are closer to the sun, like Venus and even Mercury, they move at a faster rate. And the time it takes them to go around the sun, a year on those planetary bodies is much shorter than a year here on Earth. But for those planets like Mars and Jupiter and Saturn, etc., they're farther away from the sun. So it's going to take them longer to go around our star. That's a great question, and hopefully we've answered it for you. That's a little Timmy. And Timmy is from Garfield Heights. Thank you. That was a great question. A great question. Looking to see if we have any additional questions here. Anything else that people want to know? So some of the things that we're going to be looking for during the descent and the landing are signals coming from the vehicle itself. You know, one of the amazing things is excuse me. Once the vehicle enters the atmosphere, after the supersonic parachute has been deployed and the vehicle slows down substantially, there is the heat shield, the lower heat shield will be released, and for the first time we'll be able to see the surface of the planet. There are actually two tiny cameras that are on board that the spacecraft is using to help it navigate to the touchdown point. And this will give us the opportunity to actually see that landing from the eyes of the rover. And that's going to be so very, very cool. And hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you at some point. As the vehicle gets closer to the surface of Mars, one of the things that we want to be very careful of is that we don't want to kick up a lot of dust. So we've entered the atmosphere, we've used the parachute, we've separated from the parachute. A jetpack will take over, and that jetpack is going to stop the vertical descent of the vehicle, allow it to hover. It's going to move out of the way so it doesn't get hit by any of the other pieces of the spacecraft as it enters the atmosphere. But after it's moved off to the side, it's going to steady itself. It's going to use its onboard sensor system to ease it a little bit closer to the designated landing site. In fact, this spacecraft is so sophisticated, it can scan the terrain and look for the best place in that general vicinity to touch down. And that's some neat technology that we're going to be seeing used on this particular mission. So it will be able to help itself to find the best place to land in that general area. It'll hover above that area, and about 12 seconds before touchdown, the rover itself will be lowered down from that jetpack. We call this the sky crane maneuver. It'll be lowered down, and then once the wheels touch down, the cables will be released, and the vehicle will move off. Well, folks, we understand that that NASA Mission Control has begun their broadcast, and we are going to join that broadcast already in progress. You can stay here with us, or you can switch over to nasa.gov/NASA Live. But for those of you that are staying with us, we're going to go ahead and tune into that broadcast in real time as it's happening right now. Once again, we're joining NASA TV as we follow live coverage of the Perseverance rover for its approach and landing on Mars. Images that you'll be seeing on the screen are coming live from the Mission Control Center. Robotic missions are primarily handled through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. So we'll be able to link up with them and watch. And we'll continue to provide you with commentary throughout this process as the vehicle continues to make its approach and landing. Key phases that will be coming up in the flight. About 10 minutes before entering the atmosphere, spacecraft is going to shed its cruise stage that houses the solar panels, the radios, fuel tanks, the things that it's been using for that interstellar cruise, that interplanetary cruise, rather. Only the protective aeroshell with its rover inside will be the descent stage that'll be entering the atmosphere. It'll make the trip down to the surface.
We're happy to have you here. Thanks, Swati. We'll be checking back in with you in just a few minutes as Perseverance approaches its next milestone. Once it lands on Mars.
Mars is the closest place to reach with chance of having life.
So exciting. We're joining them live
at a location called Jezero Crater.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place. It's also one place for to preserve and now
has the unique combination of delta and the diverse technology that we have in Jezero craters.
The Perseverance is invest astronomy and to of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity, with a whole new the certain
we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
Are watching live Mars landing commentary, and Perseverance is about to reach another important milestone. Swati, can you tell us what is happening?
We are at a milestone where the operations team determines whether they're ready to turn off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in.
Folks, this is so exciting. All of that code, and it all has to work right the first time in order for the vehicle to successfully land on the surface of Mars. Currently, the vehicle is cruising at near 2,236 it's 2,236 miles from the landing site. Velocity is a little more than 10,000 miles per hour.
Propulsion. Go. Art lead. Go. Team chief. Go. Ace. Go. Launch cruise phase lead. Go. Deputy mission. Go. EDL phase lead. Mission assurance. Go. Chief engineer. Chief is go. Project manager. Projects go. Mission manager. All stations are go for transmitter off. Go for transmitter off.
There you have it, Raquel. We have deemed Perseverance ready to execute entry descending on her own.
Thank you, Swati. As we just heard, Perseverance is now operating on its own as it cruises closer to Mars. To help explain what this mission means for the agency is NASA's Administrator Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, this is our 5th rover sent to Mars since 1997. Can you tell us how Perseverance is going to kickstart a new era?
Wow, this is such an important day, and it really is the beginning of a new era in a sense that we're going from exploration, kind of with experiments on rovers, looking around, doing analysis, to the sample return phase, in which we're not only looking around, looking at the geology, but really turning our rover into a robotic geologist and astrobiologist, collecting samples that we will bring back to Earth. And for us, of course, those are where the best laboratories are of all of humanity. Some of them still remain to be explored by some that are not yet in the science community yet. And that's what we're looking forward to. It's that new, the other element that I want to talk about is the amazing technologies that are there. And of course, one of my favorites, Ingenuity helicopter, this in search of this extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment, you know, controlled flight for the first time elsewhere, Raquel.
Great. And we have a student question on video for you from Macy.
Hi, my name is Dale. My question is anything alive on Mars? Thank you.
Well, Macy, I'm so glad for your question. I ask myself, is anything alive there? And frankly, at the surface where we're going right now with Perseverance, we do not believe there's anything alive. Right? The radiation that's there, it's chilling, cold, and there's really no water there. But guess what? 3 billion years ago, this looked like a stream that you may see on Earth. And frankly, a lot more similar with water, with a magnetic field, just like the Earth, with an atmosphere. And the question is, at that time, 3 billion years ago, were there single storms of the type that developed on Earth? So is there life on we don't know. Now we're really looking for ancient life, and that.
Thank you for your time today, Thomas. And thank you to everyone who has been using the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Here are some of the photos that you've sent in so far. Let's take a look. Now, please keep sharing with us how you are watching this moment today. For now, let's the SWAT team for an update to what's going on in mission control as we get closer to another milestone.
This next milestone is a communications pool. So during landing, not only will Perseverance talk directly to Earth, but we'll also be talking to 2 spacecraft that are currently orbiting Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the spacecraft. This poll is to confirm with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft and the MAVEN spacecraft teams that they are ready and on track to support the relay from Perseverance.
EDL conflict. Have you performed the com check and readiness of the orbiters?
We have performed the voice check and the readiness poll and can confirm that MRO, MAVEN, EDA, Radio Science 1 and 2, UAF BTE, DSN, EDLDS all ready to support.
Copy EDLCOM.
We just heard that we have confirmation from each of the different orbiters and all of their on the ground that are on track to support the relay from Perseverance.
Great, thank you, Swati. And we just heard that communications readiness poll, which means we're ready to relay the data Perseverance will send to get a better idea of what the rover looks like as it approaches Mars. We have a NASA program called EYES. The visualization lets anyone watching track Perseverance. Here's how the program works.
Follow Perseverance on its journey to the surface of the red planet with eyes on the solar system. Desktop or mobile device, go to eyes.gov. Click on the banner, and now you're Perseverance in real time through every step of EDA, entry, descent, and landing. This interactive experience lets you ride along from whatever perspective you choose. Click and drag, scroll out. Check out the descriptions and explanation to increase your EDL expertise. Experience every trip and landing event safely designed and executed to Perseverance safely on Mars. The EYES experience is based on predictive data, but during this broadcast, you'll see a different visualization called Ranger, and it's based on the real communication the team in Mission Control receives from Perseverance in near real time. This is the visualization the team will follow as data filters monitoring the health of Perseverance on its nerve-wracking course to another successful Mars landing. Enjoy the ride.
That's a great website. If you've seen it, you should go there. It's fascinating.
You
It
are
gives you a
watching
real
live
perspective of
Mars
what's gonna
landing
happen.
commentary. Stepping outside Mission Control to talk to us is well, coming from Mission related to landing. Let's understand what some of them mean.
Sure, definitely. One is just our way and telling important things like temperatures on the vehicle, pressure, how much fuel we have left, and other things that we need to understand for the health and safety. You'll probably nominal meet everything expected, every okay, we're good to go. Velocity, acceleration. So velocity is just our speed combined with the direction, and acceleration are sloping velocity. So we're coming in at 12 miles to a 2 miles per hour at landing, and that's our deceleration. Speaking of landing, you may hear a couple important terms at landing itself. One is RIMU stable. So the RIMU is a device on the rover that measures the rover's orientation. UHF stable, hopefully. UHF stable refers to and tank or touchdown nominal. That means we've touched down on the surface of Mars within the expected rate of.
Thanks for that breakdown. Now, this is your first Martian experience.
Yeah, one of my takeaways can be too careful when it comes to Mars. You definitely can't take Mars for granted. You know, we've checked and double checked and triple checked everything, and even though we've done this once before, the guy on the Curiosity, you know, I think everyone's going to have everyone's going to hold their breath until we're on the surface of Mars this time around.
And we have a social media question coming in. Nor the Door on Instagram asks, how
timing accuracy, and it's the result of many hundred meters velocity, and then improved for the Perseverance landing today at Jezero Crater.
Thanks for your time today, Matt, and good luck.
Thanks.
Now, is hard. On Mars, pandemic is better. The team behind Perseverance rover faced one of its biggest challenges when the coronavirus pandemic. Here's how they kept the mission going.
When the pandemic, the future was certainly unknown. It was like walking into a blind, dark alley. You didn't know what was there, what was in front of you, what you were going to have to deal with.
It's something that nobody expected. It's something that nobody could plan for.
So we all were asked to start working from home.
Rather than your first priority being mission success and getting to the launch pad, your first priority immediately gets displaced, and it's now the safety of the people.
And it took a lot of work to put stuff to keep momentum going, to keep people working safely, keep them healthy, and to keep the project on schedule.
We called the effort Mars 2020 Safe at Work, and the objective was to keep the team as safe or safer than they would be if they were not working. You know, putting a spacecraft together that's going to Mars and not making a mistake, it's hard no matter what. Trying to do it during the middle of a pandemic, it's a lot harder.
And liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Certainly never done something like this before. Try to lead a team that's flying a spacecraft on the way to Mars while getting ready for landing, while doing it all from home.
There's no doubt that working in not virtual, in physical isolation from everyone else is a challenge.
We had to rethink and redesign what it meant to operate a spacecraft in flight when we couldn't all be in the same room in mission control, seeing the data come down from Perseverance.
It was a major change going to that, everyone on a screen instead of in person.
Because of the pandemic, you can't just pop over your cubicle wall and talk to the person next to you.
It's certainly been a challenge to figure out how to communicate and get everything done remotely, but we've managed to make it work.
Our job is to go into the unknown, and this is just another example of the unknown.
We're really doing something that's transformative and trying to understand whether or not life evolved on another planet. That's the fundamental objective of this mission.
We're all still connected by this incredible mission and this wonderful team that we need to be a part of. So that keeps at least me going.
Pretty much everybody that I've talked to that's associated with the mission has said the same thing, which is you could not have come up with a better name than Perseverance.
It's an amazing serendipity that we get to persevere through working on Perseverance.
There's a cool Martian fact for you. Well, folks, we're getting closer and closer.
Joining us now is Perseverance Deputy Project Manager, Matt. This mission is team stay on track with unexpected challenges like the pandemic.
Well, it's a very ambitious mission. We're working on a host of new, extremely capable To make it happen, the team was tenacious, and we managed to get it launched and fly it to Mars. Thanks to a lot of help.
And Matt, just how large is the team that worked on Perseverance?
It's a big team. A couple thousand people here just at JP
Hey, folks, thanks for sticking with us. We're taking a quick break there from coverage coming from the Mission Control Center for this particular robotic mission. Thanks again for staying with us. We're bringing you live coverage of the landing of the Perseverance rover. It's scheduled to touch down in only a few minutes on the surface of Mars, waiting on confirmation that the vehicle has entered the atmosphere. And don't forget, Earth and Mars are a considerable distance apart, about 300 million miles apart. And at that distance, it takes the signal, that radio signal coming from the robot, to reach mission control nearly 14 minutes. So by the time we get word that the robot has entered the atmosphere, it will already be on the surface of Mars. So as soon as we have that notification, we'll let you know. Now, there's been a number of questions that have come by, and one that keeps coming up, and I want to make sure that we address that before we move any further. A question came up with regards to the wheels on the rover. In fact, one of our viewers wanted to know what was the deal about the wheels. Why are the wheels so important? This is a mobile rover, and again, this particular vehicle is huge. You know, Spirit and Opportunity were the size of golf carts, but Curiosity and now the Perseverance rover, well, they're much bigger. They're the size of a small SUV. Now, one of the problems that we had with the Curiosity rover that we noticed was that the wheels began to break down on the vehicle. It wasn't something that we had anticipated. And based on the performance of Curiosity on the surface of Mars, we've made improvements to those wheels. Think of it this way. If you're driving in your car and you get a flat tire, how far does it go? And how well does it continue to perform once one of those tires has been damaged? Now, we have multiple tire wear on the Curiosity rover right now. Those rocks, those boulders, and again, they're strewn all over the surface of Mars. Those are jagged, they are hazardous, and they continue to damage those wheels. And once a wheel is damaged and it becomes locked up, now it's not helping you to move smoothly across the ground, it's being drugged behind you. Now, the rover has 6 wheels that are on it, and those wheels have a unique bogey rocker system that allows it to move over uneven terrain. But once one of those wheels is damaged, now it's an impediment. Now it's being drugged behind, and it makes it harder to navigate the terrain. So the new wheel design that we're using on the Perseverance rover should perform much better, and that's one of the key elements of it. Now, people have also been asking me about the landing site as well. And we put together, in fact, the video was put together by NASA, but we found that video, and we want to take a few moments and give you a guided tour, an animation based on some of the photographs we've received from orbiting spacecraft of what that landing site is going to look like. Give me a moment, we'll start that video here for you. Just when you think you've got it down right, don't you? That's usually how it goes. Ken Foley is the lead scientist, and he'll narrate this short animation for you. Mars 2020, renamed Perseverance, that's the name of our rover, going to the Jezero landing site. And this is the voice of Ken Farley, lead scientist. Oops, looks like we lost our signal there. Well, again, Ken Farley was explaining the landing site for us. Looks like we lost our audio as well. We'll see if we can do a better job for you folks. And we really lost it. Well, I apologize for that. I thought that we had that for you. Ken Farley again was the lead scientist and was involved with the selection of the landing site, and it's a magnificent landing site that should provide us with a lot of diversity in some of the geologic specimens that we hope to be able to return, both the rock and soil samples, those core samples that we hope for a future mission that will be able to return back to Earth. Again, we hope we answered that question with regards to the wheels on the vehicle and the importance of those wheels and how those wheels were redesigned. You know, a lot of work is being done at the NASA Glenn Research Center here in Cleveland in the Slope Lab, where they have an area with simulated lunar and Martian soil. Technicians and engineers that are there are actually working with potential tires for future Mars rovers, and they're testing various designs, seeing which one works the best under a variety of conditions in soil that is very similar to the Moon and Mars. Once again, that's work that's being done right here in Cleveland at the NASA Glenn Research Center. Well, again, there's a number of things that will need to take place over the course of the next few minutes as we get closer and closer to the time of atmospheric entry. About 10 minutes or so leading up to that atmospheric entry, the lander will shed the cruise stage of the vehicle. That was the solar arrays that helped to power, and the fuel that helped to get the spacecraft where it is. Once it begins to enter the atmosphere, the heat shield will begin to heat up. It'll reach maximum heating. And also there are thruster jets that are on the spacecraft itself that will help to guide it during that atmospheric entry. Now it'll enter the atmosphere at an extremely high rate of speed, a little better than 1,200 miles per hour. But as it enters the atmosphere, the blunt side of that heat shield will help to slow the spacecraft down. It'll get it down to around 940 miles per hour. And at that point into the descent, it'll be moving slow enough for the supersonic parachute to come out. That parachute then will begin to slow the spacecraft down even further, down to around 300, down to 200 miles per hour. And at that point, it'll be relatively close to the target landing site. And then the bottom portion of the heat shield of that aerobraking shield will be removed, and then the cameras on board the vehicle and its sensors will be able to look at the surface for the first time, figure out where it is. It has in its computer memory an image of what the surface should look like, so it'll have to very quickly figure out where it is, reorient itself in order to help guide itself down. At a certain altitude, the parachute and the aerobraking shield will be released. The vehicle will begin to fall. The jetpack will turn on, and it will stop that vertical descent and bring the vehicle back up, hold it steady, and then it'll slowly begin to descend. Once it's about 60 feet above the Martian surface, altimeters will be working. Then the rover itself will be lowered down from the jetpack using those cables. And then when the wheels touch down, the sensors in the wheels, as soon as it makes contact with the surface, the cables will automatically be released and the jetpack will fly away so it doesn't land on top of the vehicle. And then our rover will be safely on the surface of Mars. It'll do a quick self-diagnostic, and then it will send a signal back to mission control, letting everyone know that it's safe on the surface of another world. All of that is coming up. We're just minutes away. Karen's in our studio. Karen, we're going to try to take care of some of our business here on this end. Let's go ahead and rejoin the NASA telecast already in progress. Well, folks, we've been dealing with that winter weather here in Ohio. It's meant that our internet service has gone down from time to time. Hard for us to keep our signal here. But just like NASA, we're doing our best to persevere. And we thank you for bearing with us.
Science and space exploration. Why do you think kids are so excited about space?
Well, I know the reason I'm excited about space, and I think it's the same reason that many others are excited about space, and it's that the people in the space industry work to answer two of the biggest questions that humans have ever asked. Are we alone in the universe, and where did we all come from? And by sending a rover to Mars, we are gaining evidence for the answers to these questions, more evidence than we ever had before, and I think that's so exciting.
It is. And I know you get loads of interesting questions from kids. Have you gotten any about Mars specifically?
Oh my gosh, yes. Everybody loves Mars. It's in movies and books and TV shows, and everybody loves Mars. So one of the things that I get asked a lot is that, it's called the red planet. Why is it red? Well, it's red because it's literally rusty. The top layer of soil on Mars has iron oxide in it, or rust, and rust has that brownish red color. So it's red because it's rusty. And also because it's red, they ask, is it red hot? Is it really hot on Mars? And well, no, actually, it's colder than the Earth. It's farther away from the sun. So as you would imagine, it's a little bit colder than the Earth. It also has a really thin atmosphere. So the heat that it does have, it has a hard time keeping in. And so it's a little bit colder. But then I also get asked, what would I weigh on Mars? That's a really fun question. So on Mars, it's a little bit smaller than the Earth, so the gravity there is weaker. It's about 3/8 the gravity that we have here on Earth. So if you weighed 100 pounds here on Earth, you weigh 38 pounds on Mars, or 100 kilograms here on Earth, 38 kilograms on Mars.
Those are all super fun. I think even some adults want to know the answers to those questions, Emily. Now, why do you think it's so important to educate kids about science and give them that great foundation?
Well, science is the language of nature, and learning about science and learning how to think like a scientist means you are learning how to systematically seek out truth in the world. You are learning the scientific method, you're learning how to be a critical thinker, and honestly, those skills are great for whatever you end up wanting to do in life.
True. If you want to be a scientist or an opera singer, that holds true. And what are you most excited about today?
I mean, humans are launching a robot to Mars. That doesn't happen every day. I think in all of the hecticness that is going on today and all of the nerves, I just hope everyone can take a moment to sit back and remember that we live in a time when humans have the ability to send a robot to another planet. And that's so cool to me.
It is very cool, Emily. Take a deep breath. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
Sending it back to you now, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. We are offering lots of ways to ride along with us to Mars. Now put yourself right into the action now with our Perseverance photo booth. You can pose next to the rover, place yourself in our mission control, and even see what you might look like taking a selfie on the red planet. There, you'll also have a chance to sign up to send your name to Mars on NASA's next flight to the red planet. It's all available at go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. And joining us now is JPL Chief Engineer and Landing Veteran Rob Manning. He will be breaking down key moments coming up, and very few people know more about landing on Mars than Rob, going back to the Pathfinder mission in 1997. Thanks for joining us today, Rob.
Thank you very much, Rick, for having me here. And what a wonderful experience. What a wonderful day for a beautiful day in California. We're just also excited here, anxious, worried, but very hopeful.
Rob, I have a question for you. There is a landing tradition at JPL that involves eating peanuts for good luck. Can you tell us how did that start?
Yes, it started in the mid 1960s. What happened was we had a series of missions that had failures. The Ranger program in the early 1960s, one after another, failed. And what happened was one day a fellow by the name of Dick Wallace on Ranger number 7, on the 7th attempt, decided to bring peanuts to the ops area just before the launch. And guess what? That mission worked. Now, we're not supposed to be too superstitious. We're engineers and scientists after all, but we love tradition. And ever since then, before launch and before critical events like entry, descent, landing, we have brought out peanuts and shared them with the team. And it's been really a wonderful little experience. And so this is something we will do. We're doing right now. And it's something that we just can't help ourselves. It's just part of the experience.
Well, speaking of the experience, how did the Perseverance team keep the tradition alive this year?
Well, this year we passed out little packets of peanuts to the team, and they can sneak one peanut in their mouth as part of to keep the tradition alive. But this is part of the COVID experience, but we can't leave this one undone. So this is what we're doing, and this is going to help us land safely.
All right, thanks, Rob. I have some questions for you a little later on, but we're heading back to Swati Mohan, who is part of the landing team. She'll be calling out key milestone and events as they happen from Mission Control. So let's listen in right now.
So right now we're still about 20 minutes from entry, and the EL phase is giving a last-minute confirmation of what will be happening in the upcoming changes to the vehicle, just to remind the team.
This will allow us to steer our trajectory as we make our way through the atmosphere. This is one of the things that allowed MSL, the Curiosity rover, to land where it did. And we're depending on the same type of entry guidance this time around to help get us very close to our target. As we make our way through entry, finish our guided entry profile, we'll do a maneuver called heading alignment, where we point toward the target and get ready to deploy the parachute. But before we deploy the parachute, we need to get rid of a set of balance masses that have been giving us a center of gravity or CG offset throughout the guided entry phase. So these are called the entry balance masses. We also call this maneuver SUFR, S-U-F-R, or straighten up and fly right. So we'll go ahead and eject those masses when we get a trigger from the GNC system telling us that we're at the appropriate range to the target to do so. As soon as we deploy those, we will no longer have a CG offset, and we'll be ready to deploy the parachute 17 seconds later.
Right where the Perseverance team is sitting now, what's in store for them as we approach landing?
I'm going to hold here for EO prep as we're about to start that anchor.
Copy phase 2. And activity, please call that out when it's ready. Copy flight.
Make the announcement now. Okay. Magnus make the announcement that.
All right. Now, Rob, you've been right where the Perseverance team is sitting now. What's in store for them as we approach landing?
Well, this is the nail-biting time. Fortunately, we still have ones and zeros coming, but very soon, as we approach cruise stage separation, the transmitter on this rover we've been using all the way to get to Mars is going to be turned off. So we will lose our ability to see ones and zeros. But the good thing is, once the cruise stage is gone, there's another radio that will continue transmitting a tone so that like a flashlight that will allow us to see, at least see that the vehicle is still on, and that color of that flashlight tells us a little bit what state the rover's in. But soon after that, it won't be very long before we'll be able to hear more ones and zeros coming from the spacecraft. So this is a really exciting time, and it's just important to remind people this is there's a lot that can go wrong in a day like today. There are thousands of things that have to go right.
Yeah, we had success in the past landing on Mars. You'd think it gets easier, but it really doesn't. Why is it still so difficult?
Well, it's because it's involved thousands and thousands of things, hundreds of thousands of lines of code. There's 79 pyrotechnic devices. Each have to work perfectly. One critical wire short. And so it's, and it's very easy. We're human beings. We're not perfect. Mistakes can be made. We count on each other to find our own mistakes, and we work very hard to learn from the mistakes of the past. We've had many failures. Remind people, roughly half, around half of the missions to Mars over history have failed. And so it's that could happen today too. Even though we've had a nice, wonderful string of successes in the United States, it's still still a bit of a gamble that we have hoped that we have erred in the side of luck, and we've stacked the deck and loaded the dice to make this thing succeed. But if we do fail, and something bad happens today, I can tell you, we're going to learn it. We'll have the data that tell us what happened. We'll know why. We'll figure it out. And if we are allowed, we will pick ourselves up and get us back on the horse. And if Congress and NASA allow, we will try again. As we always do, we will learn from our mistakes.
And what are the possible scenarios we could be looking at today?
Well, there's things like one of the key stressful elements for all of us is parachute inflation, but just even separating from the cruise stage is a pretty major event. Lots of devices have to work properly. Certainly, the heat shield separation, getting the descent engine started. There's no less than 16 rocket motors that have to work. 8 to control during entry, another 8 to control it during landing. I said it's a lot of stuff. It all has to work. And guess what? We haven't done this before with this vehicle ever. This is its first attempt to actually land. We can't try this on Earth. We can't do. We don't have test pilots to try it out on this planet before the big show. So this vehicle is doing it for the first time. We've done the best testing we can do in bits and pieces, but it's as best as we can do. But I think our team is up to it. This team is the best. It's a diverse, intelligent, amazing group of people. People from all over the world who worked on this, not just here in California, but all over NASA, contributors from aerospace, universities, countries around the world. It is just an incredible, remarkable engineering achievement. And I am just so proud of this team.
Thanks, Rob. Now, let's listen back into mission control.
Flight, you're about 14 minutes from entry interface. The vehicle is currently preparing the heat rejection system that has kept the thermal system cool inside the air shell for about the last 6 months. This will allow the spacecraft to more easily cut the line in upcoming cruise stage separation.
With the pyrotechnic system working, we can explode the devices.
The vehicle is preparing for the upcoming cruise stage operation in about 3 minutes 15 seconds by powering off all the devices on the cruise stage in order that they can be safe once the cruise stage is jettisoned.
Yeah, this cruise stage has been very reliable.
We are firing our first pyros to vent the HRS liquid and gas.
This has been the coolant as we kept our vehicle from getting too hot on the way to Mars. We have to vent it into space. And this is one of the first major events that take place as part of entry, descent, landing.
The HRS vent anchor is complete.
Yes.
We will see the next anchor in approximately 3 minutes.
Okay.
We are currently 12.5 minutes from entry interface. We are coming upon cruise stage separation in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
What's happening now, Rob?
Okay, well, we're just waiting. The rover is completely in charge. It's doing all the things we've taught it how to do. It's all built into the software. We've tested it over and over and over again. This team has spent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, testing this thing for years. And so this is really the culmination of all that work. So this vehicle is getting ready to push that cruise stage away. Once it gets pushed away, the entry system with the rover inside, with the rover still in charge, is going to get ready to take the vehicle, turn it to the right orientation, and aim it to Mars, and prepare for entering the atmosphere. This won't be long. Be prepared for this event.
We're about 1.5 minutes from cruise stage separation, about 11 minutes, 20 seconds from entry interface.
Okay, so it's about 10 minutes from cruise stage separation till entering the top of the atmosphere. From then out, things happen
We are switching
fast.
to the MFSK tones. Telemetry will have stopped.
Telecom is confirming that the spacecraft has switched to broadcasting tones. These tones are received directly from Perseverance, but have very limited information content. We won't receive real-time information until about 9-10 minutes from now, once the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter starts relaying information from Perseverance. We are under 1 minute from cruise stage separation, about 10.5 minutes from entry interface.
It's getting exciting. I have to admit, I am quite anxious, but very hopeful that this machine is going to do what we asked it to do.
We are seeing the heartbeat tones.
Okay, that means that there's no more ones and zeros coming. It's just the vehicle telling us it's still alive.
We're continuing to receive tones from Perseverance, standing by for cruise stage separation. We have indication that cruise stage separation has been confirmed by the spacecraft.
We're off on a good start.
In about 1 minute, Perseverance's landing software will wake up and begin the final preparations for entry. The first action it will do is to fire warm-up pulses with its entry thrusters. These pulses ensure that the spacecraft gets the thrust that it wants during entry interface. We're about 9 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, so now the vehicle's on its own. It's turning itself into the direction of facing the heat shield toward Mars, and will eventually hitting the top of the atmosphere. We're not far away. This is going to go very quickly from here on out.
That's confirmation that we got shadowed by the cruise stage as it passed through our beam to the Earth.
Telecom indicated actually that we could see a signal that the cruise stage went between the Perseverance entry capsule and Earth. So we saw a little blip, the data stream indicating the cruise stage separation. We have confirmation that the vehicle has started warming up those entry thrusters. Warm-up pulses have begun. At this point, the spacecraft is trying to stop its spin from the cruise 2 revolutions per minute down to 0, and then will turn to its desired orientation from entry. It will separate the 2 balance masses that have kept it balanced during all of cruise. This will allow the entry capsule to have lift when it enters the atmosphere. We have confirmation that the spacecraft has turned to the desired entry attitude. We're about 7.5 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, the vehicle is pointed in the right direction. Thrusters are warmed up and doing their job. And now we've spun down from 2 revolutions per minute that the vehicle had the whole way to Mars as a spin stabilized spacecraft. And then from here on out, it's going to just be a bullet and can control its orientation and attitude via rockets on the back of that
MR
batch.
reports carrier lock. MR DTE from Radio Science from Green Bank reports carrier lock. Do you see the carrier on the downlink?
Flight level 1.
We are continuing to wait for entry interface. We're about 6 minutes and 45 seconds from entry interface. We have confirmation from Greenback that they are receiving direct telemetry via that path. The spacecraft Perseverance is currently transmitting heartbeat tones. These tones indicate that Perseverance is operating normally and has nothing significant to report. This is as expected. We're currently just over 6 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, and now we wait. As soon as we get to the top of the atmosphere, it will be very quickly, which is the entry point. It won't be very long before the atmosphere will start getting thicker and thicker. It's going very quickly at a fairly steep angle of 15 degrees into the atmosphere. And as it starts to slow down.
We're just under, we're about 5.5 minutes from entry interface. We're still receiving heartbeat tones. We expect to continue receiving heartbeat tones until about 5 minutes after entry. At that time, Perseverance will be no longer in view of our antennas here on Earth. About 90 seconds prior to entry, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should begin receiving telemetry from Perseverance and streaming it to Earth in near real time. There are a few expected short outages, such as when we have a plasma blackout or when we enter the peak heating phase. Aside from these outages caused by the plasma blackout, antenna switching, or high dynamic events, spacecraft events, we should have telemetry until about 90 seconds after landing. A plasma blackout is when the signal from Perseverance isn't strong enough to make it through the superheated, super fast air flowing around the spacecraft all the way down to Earth. Once the temperature drops below that peak heating, we do reacquire the signal from Perseverance. We are currently about 4.5 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance continues to report heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
Okay, what we're looking for now is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should be in view soon of our vehicle and be able to listen to ones and zeros coming from a separate radio that's really designed to talk between spacecraft.
MRO reports the electro radio is powered on, ready to receive signals from the lander.
Okay, MRO is ready and able and waiting to hear from our rover.
Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has reported that it's ready to receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight level 1
from entry interface.
4 minutes away from landing, folks. 4 minutes.
We don't need these ones and zeros, as Swati said, but to land safely. But we really need it for our own health and well-being today to keep our nerves in control.
Around this time, a second spacecraft, Maven, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing as it's being recorded and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
So far, so good. We're about 3.5 minutes away from entering the Martian atmosphere.
Very soon we'll be getting ones and zeros, I hope, from our radio on the rover.
Making sure that we can establish communications all throughout the descent as long as we can.
The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But
Once a vehicle enters the atmosphere, ionized gas as it enters the atmosphere will stop radio communications.
Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones indicating everything is phenomenal.
So far, so good.
So the tones can tell us whether something's bad or not is happening. So far, the heartbeat is doing well. So the vehicle thinks it's in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
Just a little over 2 minutes away from atmospheric entry, and again, once it enters the atmosphere,
Under 2 minutes from entry interface,
spacecraft will use drag to help it slow down.
Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry.
Now, up until this point, the vehicle has been using small thrusters in its back shell to reorient itself to make sure that the heat shield is in the proper orientation to enter the atmosphere. Mission controllers anxiously looking over the data.
Interface.
One minute until the vehicle enters the top of the Martian atmosphere.
Tomorrow is in receipt mode.
Order is now delaying data from Perseverance. About 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second, which is about 190 altitude above the surface of Mars. Confirm your data.
One chance to get it right. 15 seconds away from atmospheric entry.
Interface. 5.2 kilometers per second and an altitude of 150 kilometers of Mars.
Here we go, folks. Beginning to enter the Martian atmosphere now.
They have confirmation of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 120 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
So as the spacecraft enters the atmosphere, the drag produced will dramatically slow it down. But these forces also heat up the spacecraft as well. That's why that heat shield is so important.
Sphere of Mars will slow down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target.
Peak heating happens about 90 seconds, about 80 to 90 seconds after atmospheric entry.
That we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance head capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.26 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 7 kilometers from the surface.
At peak heating, the external surface of the heat shield will reach temperatures in excess of 2,370 degrees.
Turns right now.
Camera has lost lock.
Perseverance. We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth speeds for deceleration.
Camera has lost again.
Next major milestone will be parachute deployment.
Of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, that peak heating phase likely caused by blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance is going about 1 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
So word coming back now that the spacecraft is on target, descending through the atmosphere. As it enters the atmosphere, pockets of air can nudge it a little bit off course, so it's firing thrusters during this descent from the back shell to direct its trajectory through this descent. So far, everything is on target.
550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface. We are coming upon we are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look.
Straighten up and fly right. Gonna lose a little ballast on the spacecraft.
And we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 430 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Once again, parachute has been deployed. Heat shield has separated from the vehicle. Working on a radar lock now. That's the next major milestone.
And the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
So just a little under 7 miles. Parachute came out and its velocity was right around 940 miles per hour, descending down through the atmosphere.
Yes.
Perseverance now has radar on the ground.
Outstanding. Next major milestone has been achieved. It has radar lock. It sees where it's at, and it's guiding itself to where it needs to go.
Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We're coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the timing of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers.
Outstanding. We're right on track.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation.
So at this point, the vehicle has figured out the best way to get to where it wants to go and has mapped out the safest route there.
Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated.
All right.
The divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about 1 kilometer off the surface of Mars.
Here in 50 Bravo.
All right. The backpack, that jetpack, is now operation. We've begun powered descent now.
30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters.
300 meters above the surface. Next major milestone, rover will separate from the sky crane and begin to lower itself down to the surface. Seconds away from touchdown now.
Velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct Earth tones.
Sky crane maneuver has been initiated.
Sky crane maneuver has
Vehicle is being lowered down to the landing site now.
about 20 meters off the surface.
Waiting for confirmation for touchdown.
Good. Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life.
There it is, folks. Confirmation that the Perseverance rover is now on the surface of Mars.
At this point, the discovery stage has flown away to a safe distance. Perseverance is continuing to transmit direct through Mars orbiter to Earth.
Congratulations to the team there at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, to all the men and women of NASA who have worked so hard on this project, and of course our international partners as well. Vehicle is safely on the surface of Mars.
Still getting telemetry from the lander.
Now the real work will begin.
We got it.
Touchdown confirmed. We're going to wait for the images.
This is so exciting.
So folks, just so you know, we're gonna stay with you until we get the first images back from Mars. This is exciting. The rover is on the surface of Mars now. Ready to begin all of that great work from sample collection there on the surface, caching those samples.
Yeah, we just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars.
Confirmation now that the vehicle is functioning on Mars. Again, one of the first tasks was to do that self-diagnostic. That's been complete. Rover now signaling back to mission control that it's alive and well. Take a few minutes for the various masks and cameras to deploy. Next major step will be to take a photograph, a selfie from Mars. Once again, folks, we want to let you know you've been watching live coverage.
We've just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars. Congratulations to the mission. And looks like we have some more news in. It looks like we're getting the first image. Here, take a look at the first image.
Here we go, folks. Some of the first images now coming back from the surface of Mars.
The target point on the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3. Go for it.
Waiting now for some of those first images from this new vehicle. Looks like we may have lost our signal from the Mission Control Center there. And it does look like we've lost that signal,
Now,
but
from the engineering cameras.
here it
known
is.
As the hazard camera. This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
There you go. That's the first image. The high resolution images will be coming a little bit later on today. Once again, congratulations to everybody that was involved in this monumental task. The first step of the mission is complete. That is the completion of the journey itself. The rover has been delivered to Mars. Now the real science will begin as the robot readies itself to begin traversing the Martian landscape, collecting samples, taking measurements, and sending data back to Earth. On behalf of all of us here at the Great Lakes Science Center and our major sponsor, the NASA Glenn Research Center here in Cleveland, we want to thank you all for joining us, and we want to remind you to stay safe and to stay curious.